Universitas Negeri Padang, wadah pendidik dan pembina tunas bangsa, menuju masa depan gemilang, menjadi harapan di masa datang. Universitas Negeri Padang, namamu ku junjung tinggi dan ku agungkan, membahana di Nusantara, serasa dan bangga dalam dunia, pendidik dan pembina tunas bangsa, menuju masa depan gemilang, menjadi harapan di masa datang. Universitas Negeri Padang, wadah pendidik dan pembina tunas bangsa, menuju masa depan gemilang, menjadi harapan di masa datang. Universitas Negeri Padang, namamu ku junjung tinggi dan ku agungkan, membahana di Nusantara, perkasa dan bangga menatap dunia, gerakan angkasa irama, untuk mencapai cita-cita, berdasarkan pada pidana, wujud nyata pengabdian, UNP, Universitas Negeri Padang, jaya selamanya, selamanya.
Hello everyone, I am Haikal Ramadan.
And I'm Aina Almardia. We welcome you to the Department of Educational Technology.
On this good occasion, we are going to be delivering information about the Department of Educational Technology.
And showing you some interesting spot and supporting facility to maximize teaching and learning in the study program.
So,
let's check this video out.
The Department of Educational Technology is located in the main campus of Universitas Negeri Padang in Profesor Dr. Hamka Street, West Air Tower, North Padang Subdistrict, Padang City, West Sumatra.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Apna Hidayati MPD, Head of Educational Technology Department. Educational Technology Department is the one of department in Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. It is established in 11 of July 1996, and then its vision is to provide professional graduate in education field, especially as educational technologists.
To put that into implementation, the department has managed some missions, namely carrying out a high-quality education with the support of information and communication technology, and also conducting research and development in curriculum, instructional media, and program and training management. The Department of Educational Technology has 24 talented lecturers, consisting of 1 professor, 7 associate professors, 8 assistant professors, and 8 lecturers whose different expertises, such as curriculum, blended learning, multimedia, and educational technology. To be an educational technologist, the students must accomplish 147 credits during their study, which consists of 26 credits of general courses, 6 credits of pedagogical courses, 99 credits for educational technology content, 10 credits of integrated educational technology course, and 6 credits for research. There are 2 types of classroom available to conduct learning activities, such as conventional rooms and multimedia rooms. The learning process has been managed by implementing the case methods and project-based learning to increase students' involvement during the session. In addition, the classrooms have dynamic design equipped with interactive whiteboard, projector, and facilities for students with disabilities. The Educational Technology Department also has an academic service room where the students can acquire academic services. For example, final project guidance, thesis supervision, and internship supervision. The administration room is available to facilitate the students to have statement letter of active students, letter for industrial and school visit, letter for research, and any other administrative needs. Another supporting facility in this department is journal space, where there are 2 journal publications managed there, namely ITech and InnovTech. In this room, the editorial team sorts and distributes the available articles to the reviewers and then edit and publish them. There are 34 well-functioning computers for students and 2 computer servers in the laboratorium. This room has been designed well to help the lecturers and facilitators to monitor the students' work. Besides being a regular classroom, this laboratorium can also be utilized as the room for design graphics and multimedia units, where the students can improve their competencies in graphics and multimedia for educational purposes. Digital Printing Laboratorium is equipped with 1 unit of computer control, digital printing machine, press machine, and 1 sticker cutting machine. Besides being utilized for lecturing activities, This lab also is used for the design graphic and printing unit. A student community who is interested in exploring and increasing graphic and digital printing skills. In addition, the students are encouraged to have creativity to produce some graphic-based products for business purposes. In Audio and Radio Laboratorium, students can learn and develop their skills on recording, mixing, and editing radio programs. There are 3 rooms in this lab, such as broadcasting room, control room, and recording room. The aim of this lab is not only to produce audio programs for learning purposes, but also to help the students to increase their public speaking skills. The studio is equipped with lighting, microphone, camera, tripod, green screen, computer control, and etc. The main objective of this studio room is not only to create learning videos, but also to develop and improve the student skills in video production for several needs, such as learning, advertisement, and etc. The library in the Educational Technology Department provides quite adequate collections to support the learning activities and final thesis of students. Here, the student can do some activities comfortably since this room is designed to do reading and discussion activities.
Hi, I'm Excella. Being a student in educational technology has been giving me many opportunities to explore my potential with the support of the lectures and facilities, and the availability of some units to help me develop my skills in various competencies such as media design, cinematography, radio, and etc. I really enjoy studying here.
With the availability of all infrastructure, it is expected that students can develop themselves in academic, skills, and editing aspects, so it can enhance their potential to compete in the world.
And it might give them some chances to create job opportunities for the other people.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have shown you in this video. Bye-bye!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This conference will be started in a few minutes. Please be ready. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Our Excellency, Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Ganefri, PhD. Our Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Dr. Rusdinal, MPD. The Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Vice Dean for Financial and General Affairs, Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. The Head and the Secretary of Senate of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. The Honorable, our incredible speakers, Associate Professor Theodore Chow from Ohio State University, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Siti Hajar from University Malaya, Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, MPD from Universitas Bengkulu, Associate Professor Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid from University of Kufa, and Associate Professor Darmansyah, MPD from Universitas Negeri Padang. The Honorable, the lecturers, presenters, audiences, and all the committee members of the Third International Conference of Educational Technology 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic of COVID-19 has given such big impact to our education, not only to the process, but also to the result of learning itself. And to bring up for the discussion in this good occasion, we would like to welcome you to the Third International Conference of Educational Technology held by the Department of Curriculum and Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, under the theme Recovering Lost Learning Through Digital Technologies in Education. Padang, 19 October 2022. As the beginning of our agenda, singing national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Dan tolong silang ada dalam pengenalan. Yo.
For the next agenda, the recitation of Holy Quran by Mr. Muhammad Adli. To Mr. Adli, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhallazina amanu la tattakhidhu aba'akum لا تتخذوا آباءكم وإخوانكم أولياء لا تتخذوا آباءكم وإخوانكم أولياء إن استحبوا الكفر على الإيمان ومن يتولهم منكم فأولئك هم الظالمون قل إن كان آباؤكم وأبناؤكم وإخوانكم وأبناؤكم وإخوانكم وأزواجكم وعشيرتكم وأموال وأموال اقترفتموها وتجارة تخشون كسادها وتجارة تخشون كسادها ومساكن ترضونها ومساكن ترضونها أحب إليكم من الله ورسوله وجهاد في سبيله فتربصوا حتى يأتي الله بأمره والله لا يهدي القوم الفاسقين صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Report by Chairperson of the Third International Conference on Educational Technology 2022 to Dr. Abna Hidayati, MPD. Screen and sound are yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi rasulillahi ajmain. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Our Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Professor Ganefri, PhD, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Dr. Refnaldi M. Lid, the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Vice Dean for General and Financial Affairs, Vice Dean for Student Affairs, the Honorable, the Lead of Head and Secretary of Senate, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, the Head of Study Program in Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. And then the Honorable Speaker, the first Associate Professor Theodore Chayo from Ohio State University, Associate Prof. Dr. Siti Hajar from University Malaya, Malaysia, Associate Prof. Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid from University of Kufa, Iraq, Dr. Muhammad Kristriawan from Universitas Bengkulu, Indonesia, and then Associate Professor Darmansah from Educational Technology, Universitas Negeri Padang. All professor, lecturer, moderator, the participant, and also all organizing committee of the Third International Conference of Educational Technology 2022 who have been attending our special agenda today. It is an honor for me to welcome you to the Third International Conference of Educational Technology 2022. This is an annual program which has been held by the Department of Curriculum and Educational Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, since 2019. And for this year, we decided to bring the theme Recovery Lost Learning through digital technology in education, by gladly inviting incredible speakers such as Prof. Theodore Chayo from Ohio University, America, Dr. Siti Hajar from Malaya, Ahmed Obaid for Kufa, Iraq, Muhammad Kristiawan from Universitas Bengkulu, and then Associate Prof. Darmansyah from Universitas Negeri Padang. This is post-pandemic situation might have put us into different way of the meeting to this virtual conference. However, I believe the meaning and the message we want to share to each other always be same. I'd like to thank you to all extraordinary speakers and participants who have managed their time to attend this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to extend my gratitude to all the chief and committee members who have successfully run conference and invite experts to deliver their expertise to the audience today. Running an international conference at the pandemic situation is quite a challenge. At the same time, it is give us opportunity to engage with more speakers from different countries due to the spatial advantage, even though the speaker do not come into host country. We still can follow their presentation. We hope that this conference can be one of the ways to increase our quality through as well as to create greater collaboration with other speakers. Finally, in the end of the speech, I wish our participants enjoy this conference and obtain more insightful knowledge. And for the 5 Rector 1, Dr. Rafnaldi Englit, we want you to opening this conference today. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming speech by the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, which will be represented by the Vice Dean for Academic Year, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Hadianto, MED.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, let me thank our God who has given us opportunity to attend this international conference conducted by the Department of Educational Curriculum and Educational Technology. Our Excellency Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, represented by the Vice Rector 1 on Academic Affairs, Bapak Dr. Rafnaldi Englit, the Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Education, who apologized because he has another agenda. So he asked me to attend this international conference. The Vice Dean 2 and 3 Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, the distinguished, the head of Secretary of Senate, Faculty of Education, and as well as the head of Curriculum and Educational Technology, Ibu Dr. Apna Hidayati, MPD, and all head of departments in Faculty of Education, the chief and organizing committee members of the conference, the Honorable all our speakers today, Associate Professor Dr. Theodore Chow, excuse me when I mispronounce to mention the all name, Associate Professor Dr. Siti Hajar, Associate Professor Dr. M. Kristiawan, Associate Professor Ahmad J. Ubaid, and Associate Professor Dr. Darmansyah. And also all professors, lecturers, moderators, participants, and invited guests of the conference. It is in this occasion, on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, it is an honor for me to welcome to all of you on the third International Conference on Educational Technology with the theme Recovering Lost Learning through Digital Technologies in Education. It is conducted by the Department of Curriculum and Educational Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. I believe even though it is a virtual or online conference, the meaning of the message that we want to share or get will always be the same with the regular international conference. I would like to thank to all the extraordinary speakers, participants, and committee members who have managed their time to attend this international conference. I truly expect that will bring into fruitful and meaningful discussion and talk. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the information we got, that now the international conference is attended virtually by more than 260 participants. It is really great, and it's bring big challenge for us to present the quality of the conference, not only to present the in articles, but also we hope that all articles will be published in reputable international or national journals. To end this speech, I wish all participants enjoy this conference as obtain more insightful knowledge. Thank you very much. And finally, we respectfully invite the Vice Rector 1 for Academic Affairs Universitas Negeri Padang, Bapak Dr. Reynaldi Emlit, to officially open this international conference. Have a nice conference today, and billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Opening speech from Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, which in good occasion will be represented by Vice Rector of Academic Affairs Universitas Negeri Padang. Please welcome Dr. Reynaldi SPD, Emlit.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Shalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajmain, amma ba'd. Every good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Deans of Faculties of Education, Head and Secretary of the Faculty Senate, Vice Deans of the Faculties of Education, Department Heads, the Coordinator of Education Technology Study Program, keynote speakers and invited speakers, distinguished guests and participants of the Third International Conference on Educational Technology in 2022, which is organized by the Department of Curriculum and Educational Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Alhamdulillah, we have a chance to meet again in this virtual room to witness the opening of one of the 2022 International Conference Series in Universitas Negeri Padang. So this conference has received great support from many partners. We understand that hosting the online or hybrid international conference provides us new challenges, especially in managing the participants, in managing the presentation schedules, and the most important things is in the managing the use of technology. And the themes for this year conference is recovering lost learning through digital technologies in education. And representing rectors of Universitas Ripada, I'm very pleased to join the opening of this virtual conference. I wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the Dean of Faculties of Education, who has regularly supported Curriculum and Educational Technology Department for making this conference event happen yearly. And this year is the third conference. I would also like to thank all the distinguished speakers and moderators for taking time to participate from near and far in today's virtual conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me talk a bit about what experts in educational technology say. So this is some quote from what experts in educational technology say related to education. So in education, learning is the key component and is a process of a series of behavior. The process starts with the connection between the learners and related content. A content should be delivered through various forms, such as video, a lecture, a self-study program, a book, or any other. Moreover, the connection is also a stage for the learner to acquire new information, and the whole subsequent learning process builds up on this stage. And we know that in the age of the internet and the Internet of Things, there are many ways to educate people. Or in other words, there are many ways for people to learn. For example, on the online platform, there are a lot of online courses available. And also, there are many ways for people to learn new knowledge or skills from non-traditional informal platform and other classroom, such as watching videos on YouTube. However, in a situation of today's education, is that huge volume of data and information have been and are being generated, processed, transmitted, and recorded due to the fast development of various Internet of Things devices. Moreover, the growing popularity of social media also has changed humans' daily life and encouraged more data to be generated. Sustainable education requires a sustainable development strategy, whose final objective is to achieve both personally and socially sustainable policies and practices. From the implementation perspective, educational activities, especially in school, must incorporate sustainable and effective educational methods in order to fulfill the potential of technology transformation. We address here the following changes. Number one is changes in the aims on and objective. Then changes in educational ecologies. Changes in our conception of teaching and learning. Changes that specifically affect teachers and changes in governance. And I think some of the topics that I personally mentioned will be discussed in this conference, especially regarding with the learning loss and the function of technology in education related to the way we improve the quality of teaching and learning process. So there are so many subtopics that will be discussed, and I'm sure that all of them are very interesting, and you can share knowledge, ideas, and result of the research in this virtual conference. distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the academic staff and administrative staff and students of Universitas Negeri Padang, we especially would like to thank our invited speakers who has provided time to become speakers, whether it is in the plenary or in parallel session in this virtual conference. First one is Associate Professor Theodore Chow from Ohio State University, United States of America. Then Associate Professor Dr. Siti Hajar from University Malaya, Malaysia. Then Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan from Universitas Bengkulu, Indonesia. The next one is Associate Professor Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid from University of Kufa, Iraq. And the last one is Associate Professor Dr. Darmansyah from Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. We also thank all parallel session speakers and of course participants for your contributions, which will make this conference a success. Who could have imagined a better exchange than seeing plenary speakers from several countries and representatives from many institutions here joining forces in the conference to share research findings and inspiring ideas. And the most important thing is having the opportunities to renew our friendship and to make new acquaintances, as well as to have virtual photo sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect we'll learn new ideas from each other, which we can adopt and adapt to further improve our work in this important area, especially in educational technology. I know that there will be many interesting and useful presentations, both in plenary session and in parallel sessions. I believe many good experiences will be shared and good lessons will be learned. Members of organizing committee have been working very hard. I'd like to thank them for their dedication, time, and effort. I wish also to thank our patrons, individual and organization partners, as well as volunteers. Without their generosity, we would not be able to create a total environment to support your full participation. Thank you all for your presence and participation. And you are the very important part of the conference success. So please enjoy the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the third International Conference on Educational Technology is officially opened. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Vice Rector.
Ladies and gentlemen, by the hope of blessing for our agenda, let's pray together, led by Mr. Nofri Hendri, MPD. Screen and sound are yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, marilah kita menundukkan hati dan kepala kita sejenak, seraya berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala agar acara ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Saya akan memimpin doa ini bersama berdasarkan ajaran agama Islam, dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang memiliki keyakinan lain, silahkan berdoa sesuai dengan keyakinannya masing-masing. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi wa mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan 'inda al maut wa maghfiratan ba'da al maut. Allahumma hawwin 'alaina fi sakaratil maut wan najata minan nari wal 'afwa 'inda al hisab. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidayna warhamhuma kama rabbayana shighara ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك سميع قريب مجيب دعوات ويا قاضي الحاجات. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Pada hari ini, Rabu 19 Oktober 2022, di acara webinar ini, kami berkumpul di sini untuk mengadakan seminar internasional teknologi pendidikan, International Conference on Educational Technology in 2022. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim. Jadikanlah acara ini sebagai pertemuan ilmu pengetahuan yang bermanfaat, sebagai media untuk berbagi ide, pengetahuan, dan pengalaman yang bermanfaat bagi para cendekiawan, peneliti, dan pelajar dari berbagai disiplin ilmu. Semoga acara ini, ya Allah, dapat kami selenggarakan dan bermanfaat bagi kehidupan kami, memperluas pengetahuan kami, mencemerlangkan gagasan kami, dan memimpin kami untuk menjadi orang-orang yang produktif, yang sukses, yang pada gilirannya akan meningkatkan martabat bangsa kami, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, tuntun dan berkatilah hati dan pikiran kami dengan cahaya bimbingan-Mu. Terapkanlah kebijakan-Mu pada kegiatan kami. Bantu kami, ya Allah, untuk dapat berbicara dengan jelas dan fasih. Bantu kami untuk saling mendengarkan, saling menghormati, saling mencintai, sehingga kami termasuk orang-orang yang diberkati. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, lindungi kami dari godaan-godaan yang tidak diinginkan. Perlihatkanlah kepada kami bahwa yang benar itu adalah benar dan yang salah itu adalah salah. Berikan pengetahuan dan kekuatan kepada kami, Allah, untuk melakukan hal-hal yang baik dan menghindari hal-hal yang buruk. Ya Allah, kabulkanlah permohonan kami. Hanya kepadamu lah kami bermohon. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of the opening ceremony of the Third International Conference of Educational Technology 2022. Thank you to all audiences and committees who have been giving full attention during this program. I am Muhammad Ardi Fajar, would kindly like to apologize for any inconvenience mistakes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi
Terima
wabarakatuh.
kasih Pak Hadianto, Pak Krisnaldi. Welcome Theo to our conference.
Okay, have a nice conference Bu Apna.
Yep.
Okay. Izin saya live ya Bu Apna.
Oke, terima kasih.
Still we have other agenda.
Siap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Saya izin live juga ya, Bu Abna.
Ya.
Semuanya.
Terima kasih ya Pak. Terima
Ya.
kasih.
Makasih Pak WR1.
Iya ya, Pak WD, Prof.
Our incredibles, ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, we are going to have a speech from our honorable keynote speakers. So, I'm glad to invite Mr. Dedi Spendra MA to moderate this session. Mr. Dedi Spendra, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Ardi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please be on mute. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome you to the first session of the third International Conference of Educational Technology 2022, held by the Department of Curriculum and Educational Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. I'm Dedi Supendra, will be moderating this session for the next 60 minutes, 45 minutes for presentation from the speaker, and 15 minutes for question and answer session. In this session, we are having an incredible speaker with us now who are going to talk about youth digital math storytelling, learning technology as a voice. It's now my great pleasure to greet Associate Professor Theodore Chow from Ohio State University, United States of America. Hello, Mr. Chow. How do you do?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
We are very
Thank you for
happy
having
to
me.
have you in this conference, Mr. Chow. Ladies and
Appreciate it.
gentlemen, yes, ladies and gentlemen, as a brief introduction, Mr. Theodore Chow is now an associate professor in mathematics education in the Department of Teaching and Learning at the Ohio State University. His research agenda involves engaging all students and teachers, regardless of social identity, race, gender, socioeconomic status, and etc., to fully see themselves as mathematical humans, particularly through technology. He did his postdoctoral research fellowship in Harvard University in 2014. And ladies and gentlemen, for early information, all participants who have questions, you may type the question on the chat box, either in English or Bahasa Indonesia, or you may click the raise hand button on the application. So we will call your name at the question and answer session later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to wait for any longer. I'm pleased to let Associate Professor Theodore Chow to deliver his speech. Mr. Chow, screen and sound are yours.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me. And I'll go ahead and open up my slides and let's get this going. Okay, so I think you should be able to see. Let's see, make sure everything's good here. So I am really honored to be here. My name is Dr. Theodore Chow. I'm an associate professor of mathematics education at The Ohio State University. Some of you might know about The Ohio State University. We've had a longstanding partnership with Indonesia, particularly the Ministry of Education in Indonesia, since 1974. We have a number of Indonesian former doctoral students who are working as professors and as educators throughout the entire country. And it's really my honor. I am a very big fan of the Universitas Negeri Padang and the entire area of Sumatra. And it's really nice to be here to talk about educational technology, the third International Conference of Education, particularly focusing on, how digital technology can help us with these issues of learning loss. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of my work, youth digital storytelling, particularly using learning technology as voice. So one thing I push against in my own work is the idea that learning loss might not actually be real, right? It's really easy. Oh, did I just do something? I hope I didn't just break anything. I just turned down the closed captions.
No, that's okay.
Okay. One thing I want to push against, and this narrative is prevalent globally, especially here in the United States, is that during the pandemic, there was a lot of loss of learning. And in actuality, I don't think there is a loss of learning. I think that there are different ways of learning that we, as the adults and the educators, need to pay attention to. So today I'm going to share with you some of the work that I've done on digital math storytelling, on connecting ways that children are actually engaged in learning, that we as educators can learn from, and how we can change the ways that we work with students, the ways we listen to students, and the ways we engage students in mathematical thinking. And this work is part of a National Science Foundation funded project that I'm doing with my graduate students, Hachia Lin, Melissa Adams-Corral, Aisha Osterk, Anga Hidiat, and Ruth Aliwe. And this is the work that I'm presenting today is based completely in the United States, but I've also done similar work using this framework in Vietnam, and I'm planning on bringing it into Indonesia this coming summer of 2023. So the idea of digital math storytelling is sort of hard to think about. So I'll just share you with an example with you. What is it like when you give children phones or cameras and tell them to go and make a video of the mathematics in their world? What happens when they're asked to do that, right? What happens when children share with you the math they see? And then what happens when we as adults start to watch the video together? So here's an example. This is a second grade child, and this is a video that she made in one of the summer camps that we help run, in which we said, go show us math in your life. And she wanted to show how she can make baskets, shooting basketball, and what the percentages is. So while we're watching this, I want you to pay attention to the mathematical discussion that's happening, and I'll start charting a few things down that I see, okay?
Hi, my name is Kamaya, and I am going to be making 8 out of 10 shots.
So she wants to make 8 out of 10 shots. She wants to shoot 80%. So she made 0 out of 1, and then 1 out of 2. So that's 2 out of 3. And that's 2 out of 4. That's 3 out of 5. It's 4 out of 6 baskets she's made. It's 4 out of 7. It's 4 out of 8 baskets she's made. 5 out of 9 baskets she's made. 6 out of 10 baskets she's made. 6 out of 11 baskets she's made. And 7 out of 12 baskets she's made. I'm going to go for one more. Oh, I should make it. So that's 7 out of 13 baskets. So when we think about math, right, it's often easy to think about what are the exact things that we want students to learn. What are the skills, what are the procedures, what are the things to memorize, and what does it mean to be good at math? But in some of the work that I've done, getting students to create these videos, that's one part. She, in this video, this second grader wanted to get to 80%, and she just started shooting baskets. But when we sit here and watch the video together, and we watch these videos with other kids, we can start to see what the fractional amount is, and see this is the amount that she got to. But at any point, was she close to her goal of 80%, right? And this is a mathematical conversation that comes about when we're watching videos that we create ourselves, right? So in the camp that we ran, the student made the video, right? A second grade child, she's about 7 years old, made this video, and then we watched it together, and we basically dissected what it means. What does 80% mean? And how do these fractional amounts lead to getting to 80%? Okay, so that's an idea of what a digital math story is, right? It's just a simple, quick math story that a child creates using video. So what is digital math storytelling? Well, so as we've talked about, right, and it's been brought up by a number of people in the introductions, right? We're living in a world in which, right, there's the massive pandemic. There's a lot of online learning that happened. And what we've noticed is a lot of our children, and even us as adults, we've changed the way we view learning, right? How many of you as teachers and as people working with students, constantly see students visiting YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, right? Constantly see that their attention is being pulled away from school because of the videos that they're seeing, right? And so my idea is, rather than focus on trying to get students to stop watching videos, to getting students to stop thinking about TikTok and then think about what they have to do in terms of math learning at school, why don't we embrace it? Why don't we actually give students the skills to create videos on their own? right? To create mathematics videos within the guise of TikTok or Instagram, videos that they can share, videos that live, videos that can go viral, that showcase the mathematics that they have, and then they can engage in conversation with each other with, right? So digital math storytelling is just creating short 1 to 5 minute math videos that showcases where children see mathematics in their families and communities, to generate mathematical knowledge and to generate positive mathematics identities. So you just saw this quick video here, and here's another video in which this little girl was sharing how she counts the beads. And in this video, I'm not going to share this video with you now, right? This is a video she created, but she was so proud of the way she counted the beads, not only because she wanted to show how she counts, but because she wanted to connect the idea of the beads to the way that she braids her hair and the mathematics that she has to think about when she engages in putting her hair together and presenting herself, right, in ways that she wants to look. So, storytelling. It's really this amazing art that I think all of us, right, Indonesia, right, I'm Chinese American and I live in the United States. There are so many different cultural ways in which we engage in storytelling. And what storytelling is, right, it's a relatively new construct within mathematics education, is how important knowledge is shared between generations, right? It's how histories are shared from one generation to another. It defines a community, a history, and a shared knowledge base in which we can all draw from. And there's something within the critical race theory here in the United States that we talk about in terms of counter stories. Counter storytelling is when children create stories that push back against the deficit narratives that are placed upon them, right? And so it's really easy for us as adults sometimes to look at what students are not doing because they didn't have 2 years of formalized school. So look at students that might be marginalized, students that don't have access to technology, students that don't have access to textbooks or schools, and say they don't know math, they don't learn math. And it's easy for us to see them in a deficit perspective. But in reality, what are the stories they tell? And how do their stories sometimes push back on the ways that they're positioned and framed to actually showcase the knowledge that they hold? So here's a quick video of this little girl showing a science experiment in which she makes slime just from some household ingredients, and she goes through an entire repertoire of creating slime videos so that to teach other people how to do this on their own, right? So a lot of children, right, the minute we unleash the technology for them to create videos, right, they know the different types of videos they can do. Tutorial videos, right? Behind the scenes videos, right? Comedy videos, lip syncing videos, right? Dance videos, right? Unboxing videos. And so there is a whole genre and language of storytelling using video that I feel has been unconnected to the way that we think about how math education can operate. So my hope is to connect this world of TikTok and Instagram into the ways that we think about formalized mathematical knowledge. And so this is the thesis. This is the heart of the work that I'm doing now. When students craft stories about their out-of-school mathematical experiences, they position themselves and their communities as mathematical, right? They showcase that they themselves hold math knowledge. They showcase that there are people in their communities, whether it's their parents or their family members or grandparents or aunts or uncles, anybody in their community is doing some deep level mathematics. Whether the mathematics is connected to what they see as school mathematics, that might not be the case, right? But that they themselves are mathematical people. And that plays a huge role in creating positive identities later on, right? And so here's an example of another video in which this child wanted to show how he caught an American football back and forth. And he found that he caught 9 catches out of 10 throws. And so he was able to create the percentage of what that completion rate is, how many he caught, right? So the digital math storytelling framework, and the way that I think about it, really revolves around 4 things. The idea of storytelling, right? So I think of storytelling as the ancient, original, culturally sustaining practice that defines community history, right? We live and breathe through our stories, right? The ways that we see the world and the ways that we understand the world around us are through the stories that we use to navigate the world, the stories we heard in childhood, the fables and the tales and the fairy tales, right? That we live growing up. The stories that connect with our belief system, our religion, right? The stories that connect with the narratives of what it means to be successful and what it doesn't mean, right? The stories of our role models and the people in our lives that we wish we could be. All of these stories define the ways that we make decisions, the ways that we see ourselves, the ways that we see our community, the way we see our history, right? And so storytelling is deeply a part, I think, of what education should be. Another pillar of my framework is community funds of knowledge, right? The idea that there's a lot of knowledge within the community, oftentimes this knowledge is dismissed because it doesn't connect to formal knowledge, but it's just as important, right? We live mathematically rich lives, but our school, family, and community mathematics knowledge is often dismissed because it doesn't connect to formalized math. But what if it was? What if we could find out, right, the ways that our parents and communities think about things like planting gardens, right, or agriculture, or the work that they do, or understanding commute times, or how they balance a budget, are connected deeply with the mathematics that we see in school, then we would see them as mathematically strong. The third part of the framework is mathematics identity. We create mathematics identities, oftentimes around racial and gender stereotypes, right? And this is true in the United States, and I know from the work that I've looked at, it's true in Indonesia and other countries in Southeast Asia as well, right? There are a lot of socioeconomic identities, there are a lot of racial identities and a lot of gender identities that define who gets to do well in math and who doesn't, right? And particularly how teachers, schools, systems sort children in and out of education, right? And particularly using mathematics as a gatekeeper of who is allowed to study higher level work, who's allowed to go on to college, who's allowed to do math that doesn't involve regurgitation and memorization, right? And so those things, right, are also permeated in how children see themselves, the stories that they tell themselves. Well, I'm not a math person because my teacher only calls on all the boys in math, right? Well, I'm not a math person because when I look at who's being successful in math, they're not kids that look like me. And so how do we push back on that? How do we create systems in which we push back on ways in which children can create strong, positive math identities, right? That they might have already internalized as negative, right? And part of it is through stories, right? Through stories of what it means to be math and through stories of enacting mathematics in our communities that is strong and powerful. And finally, the idea of counter storytelling. We grow our identities by telling stories that run counter the stereotypes we're positioned in through what ICoET calls testimonials. And these are the stories that oftentimes push back on the dominant narratives that we're living within, right? I'll give you an example, right? Here in the United States, I've worked with a lot of African-American families. And oftentimes in the United States, African-American students are stereotyped as not being very academically strong. You know, African-American students are seen as not being very good at math. And yet, within stories that my students tell, they're showcasing the deep mathematical richness that exists in their families, the deep mathematics that goes into their mom and their aunts cooking meals together, the deep mathematical richness that goes into things like the video you saw, in which they're shooting baskets and doing percentages in their head, right? There's so much rich mathematics in the lives, right, of many children, but it takes a mechanism for them to showcase and recognize that what they're doing on an everyday level is mathematics. So I've talked a lot about this, right? I presented this idea, but maybe it's better if you see what it is, right? So here's an example. This is a digital math story created by a 7th grade Asian American girl called Earrings. And she details how she spends, potentially makes money from making and selling earrings. And this is from a digital math storytelling camp that I ran last summer. And so as you watch this, I want you to think about two things. I want you to think about what's the math that's going on in this video, right? You know, if you were a math teacher or if you're a teacher, what's the math you would showcase? And two, how would this compare to a traditional math classroom, right? If you saw this video and you saw a math classroom using these videos to engage in conversation and problem solving and work, how would that be different than maybe a traditional math classroom in which students are just solving problems or doing work from a book, okay? So think about that as you watch this.
In 3rd grade, I got really interested in jewelry making, specifically earrings. The stuff I use to make the earrings are the actual dangly ear parts, wire, jewelry pliers, beads or charms, and the back parts. I know I will want to make myself a lot of pairs to wear for different occasions, so it takes me about 15 minutes to make a simple pair of earrings. And if I make a pair of earrings every single day, then I'll have 365 pairs after a year. However, I don't have a lot of earring ideas, and I can't exactly make the same pair twice. So if I can come up with one idea a week, then that's 52 pairs a year, which is still a lot. Even though the supplies are cheap, I still don't necessarily want to blow all my money on earring making. Joann's is where I buy all my supplies, and I usually spend $20 there on one trip. $20 can buy some plain dangly earrings, some beads, a pack of charms, and whatever random thing I want to buy. After thinking about it, I think $40 is a good amount to spend on earring making. $40 divided by 52 pairs is 77 cents each pair of earrings. Compared to other prices for earrings, that's a great deal. So there are a lot of different parts to each earring. So how much would each part cost if you divided the cost of 70 cents evenly? Or I could also try to figure out how much individual part costs in a pack.
Okay. So that's a video of that is the child made in one of our digital math storytelling camps, in which they just unpacked, one of their hobbies of making earrings. So I asked you to think about two things, right? What is the math that's here? And then how does this compare to a traditional classroom? So I'm going to ask you to look at three other questions as well. And I want you, as you think about these questions, if you have an answer, to pop it directly into the chat, or if there's something that you're thinking about, right? Just go ahead and put it in the chat too. What did you notice or think about in this digital math story? How would you use a story like this in your own math teaching? Now, I know that not a lot of us teach math, but like in your teaching, how would you use a story like this, right? If a student created a story, what would happen, right? And what are the community and family mathematics knowledge bases that you see in this video, right? What are the things that you notice about the way the child is conceptualizing what their math is in the community and the math is in their family? So I'm going to give you about 2 or 3 minutes and read these ideas. And if you have an answer to this, go ahead and pop it into the chat here, right? I'd love to see your thinking about this.
Yuk, ngopi yuk. Ngopi. Gimana kita?
Okay. I appreciate your thinking on this, right? So let's think about what we notice, right? And think about in this math story, right? What is the math that we see, right? So some of you have said that there is math that is about the buying and selling of the earrings. What are the goods that you buy? How do you figure out a price point for it, right? I also think about how you would use a story like this within your own teaching, right? For many of us who work in education, have any of us thought about using kids' personal stories directly in the teaching, right? This is not a new idea, right? Oftentimes many of us, particularly we teach literacy, or we teach social studies, it's easy to connect to children's personal narratives, right? In math, oftentimes we want to create math problems that are situated around the actual math that students are doing, right? And think about what are the community and family math knowledge bases that are apparent in a video like this, right? You know, to me, it's very obvious that this child knows about how to make earrings, right? Has some knowledge as to how to create things and has a confidence to put things together. Also knows how to buy goods, how to check prices online, right? Also knows how to sell things, right? His confidence in like creating things and then putting them up for sale for her peers, right? So there's a lot of math and a lot of family stories and a lot of histories, right, that come up in a video like this, right? That really showcase how we can think about our own math identities through the stories that we tell, right? Oh, I see this. So Nafa Azudi, I hope I'm saying that correctly, right? Third question, I think it's only about base mathematics like arithmetic. That's what I get from the videos. Yeah. So I think that you're absolutely right, Nafa. It's the mathematics there, right, that we see is about the buying and selling of goods. So there's some arithmetic there, right? But there's also some math that is connected with how we think about pricing things, how we think about, you know, do we want to price things to make the most amount of money? Do we want to price things so that people can afford them, right? And so there's also some deeper implications that are beyond just pure numbers, right? Oh, Shirley, I really love your comment here, right? So your husband is a math teacher. Using digital mathematics, right? It's not easy, all right? I think sometimes it can seem new. And particularly one thing that we've learned during the pandemic, right, is many of the ideas that were seen as new, distance learning, right, using digital technology, have now become at least, you know, seen as necessary, right, in the mathematics classroom. So I think that using digital math storytelling or using any other learning technology, I'm excited to learn more about all the things that are happening in Sumatra, right, is a really nice way of thinking about how what the future of education can look like. So thanks for sharing that. So one thing that I found within this research project, right, is that it's not just about the creation of the videos. It's not just about putting together ideas, but it's about students' discussions when they talk about these videos together. So here's a bunch of questions or comments that came up directly at the screen. So here is this young girl, and she's sharing her videos and sharing other things within her story. And let's take a look at what questions came up. So one of the students said, hey, you know, what's the range that I can spend when I'm making each earring, right? So all of a sudden they're invoking mathematical terminology using words like range to think about what's the cost, right? How much can I spend? How much can I spend for supplies, right? What's a reasonable rate for making earrings? So instead of trying to make money selling the earrings, what's the rate I should get paid if I have to make earrings? Should I get paid an hourly rate? Should I get paid for how many earrings I make? And how much money is my labor worth, right? How much can I sell the earrings for? How much money will I make, right? Thinking about, right, the profits, right? Thinking about how much money you'll make, right? And the mathematics in there is very simple profit based, but it also involves, right, thinking more globally about marketing and about the buying and selling of goods, right? Should I sell them or give the earrings away, right? And so sometimes it's the idea like, why do I have to sell the earrings, right? When I'm making these earrings and I'm making them as a labor of love and I want to give them to friends, shouldn't I give them away to my friends, right? And so this idea of what does it mean to do something as a gift or to do something to sell, right? And so I want to juxtapose that to this problem here, right? So here's what a traditional math problem would look like. You know, Julia has $40 to spend on earring making supplies. She wants to make one earring a week. How much does each earring cost to make? And this is a problem that you would see, right, in most math curriculum. And here in the United States, it's a very typical problem to give to maybe a 4th or 5th grader. But when we think about the richness, you know, what does a student get out of solving this problem versus what do students get when they're creating their own stories and then watching them together and then trying to find the math in the stories together, right? Oh, I'm looking at Roy's answer here, right? Who wants to answer the third question? how the teacher provides an understanding of mathematics learning by utilizing technology so students understand more easily one at a time. The use of digital mathematics should increase better understanding. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree with you, right? Making the mathematics more accessible using digital technology, right, is something that I think is crucial for any ways that we engage children, right? And so, there's a novelty, right, to creating videos. There's a novelty to being able to pull out technology and work with it in ways that are frankly a little bit more fun than the traditional classroom, and that engages students a little bit more. So I'll introduce you to the work that I've done and the research that I've done around this, right? And what it means, right? So last year, I enacted 2-week-long camps in the summer of 2021, right? This was in Ohio, which is a state in the middle of the United States. I got youth that were aged 12 to 17, and they had to be fully vaccinated to adhere to the university medical policy, right? Doing research during the pandemic, right, was pretty difficult. And so they, at the time in the United States, the vaccine only went up to age 12. Went down to age 12. So we had to get students that are age 12 to 17, and they had to be fully vaccinated, which meant that they had to have access to getting the vaccines. That vaccine policy impacted the participant sample significantly. So we ended up with a lot of students, right, who were Asian American or white, students who were more middle and upper socioeconomic status, right, and students who had parents who were heavily early proponents of any vaccines, right. We housed it at the Ohio State University STEAM Factory, which is a collaborative open space for innovation, and we provided lots of meals, snacks, and sanitizer, right? So hand sanitizer is really important as students were working together, sharing equipment, and getting around. The methodology that we use is something that I like to call participatory redesign, right? And we focus heavily on research around identity. So participatory redesign research means that students just don't engage as research participants, but they actually also help design and define what the digital math storytelling framework itself is, right? They're actually focusing on building and creating the framework themselves. They had a say into what research questions should be. They had a say as to what the work was that we were doing. They had a say as to, how the interview format should be. They had a say as to what could and couldn't be considered data, right? And the students were also making connections to the mathematics, their schools, their families, and their own community knowledges. And they were positioned as partners in the research, as opposed to who held large amounts of community knowledge, not just as research subjects, right? And what this allows is for students to sort of create not just the artifacts, which are the videos, but also help us think about how they're thinking about the videos, how they're thinking about how this process connects with them and their emerging mathematical identity, right? And so whenever we're researching identity, and I've been researching identity for about 15 years now, I still come back to this idea from Sfard and Prusak that identity is narrative. Our identities come from the stories that we tell. Our identity comes from the stories that people tell about us. Our identity comes from the stories that we tell to others about ourselves. Our identity comes from the stories that all of us engage with, right? When we're talking about our community and our lives and our families, right? And it's not that narratives are a good way to study identity. It's that narratives themselves are identity. Identity is constantly shifting. Identity changes. And the more and more you talk about it and think about it. So how do we go about doing this, right? So the research measures that I used in this particular project were pre and post interviews, right, with the students about what it was like before they enacted this and afterwards, right? Analyzing the digital math stories that they actually created, right, within the camp, doing a lot of reflective analysis, right? Watching the videos, talking to the kids, and finally following up with the students afterwards to do interviews and do reflections, right? And so of our 18 students aged 12 to 17, right, we found that the majority of them identified as from a community of color. So that means that here in the United States, they were from a racial minority, right? Oftentimes they were Asian American, or they consider themselves Middle Eastern, Arabic, or they consider African or African American. They came from a variety of school districts and racial identities, and they had to show the proof of COVID-19 vaccination, which meant that a lot of the students that I was really trying to target did not end up becoming part of the participant pool. And this is the difficulty of doing this sort of work during the pandemic. And so my initial idea is that there's the construct of a story circle, right? And so it starts with maybe children working with a teacher, and then children sharing a story with their friends, with a teacher watching, and then writing that story down after they've shared it out, and then trying to film it using an iPad and creating the video themselves, and then sharing the rough edited video with their students editing it again, and then having a final screening in which children are watching it together, right? And all this is happening at the same time as the child is actually enacting and thinking about what the story is about, right? And so what's the beautiful part about research is you get to take these ideas that are conceptual, right? Built on a lot of other literature that we read. What does it mean to enact in cycles of storytelling again and again, and then actually see them played out, right? With real kids in real situations in which children are sharing stories with each other, right? The story circle, I think, is the most instrumental part of the process. To be able to share a story in a small circle with people that are not giving you critique, but are giving you feedback. In the story circle, storytellers share their stories and progress to each other to forge a collaborative learning space where participants see the value of their cultural and community identities, right? So in order to create this space in which the stories live, and the stories are getting better, and the stories are honed through support from sharing them with each other. And finally, we put together a screening. The screening to me was not only really important, but for the research showed that it was instrumental. The screening itself became another data collection point. In the screenings, we invited parents, family members, community members to come watch the videos that the children made. We provided food for them to come out, right? And what we found in the screenings was that the discussions at the screenings were really deep. In fact, I initially did not think the screenings would be a space in which we have to collect data. But what I found is the discussions that the students were having around what they watched were really good. And they were involved in really deep mathematical conversation. The students shared about the math they saw in each other's stories. They verbalized, hey, I noticed this in yours. I noticed this in yours. And you can see from the examples with the earrings video, some of the children were asking some really good math questions or adding some really good math commentary to each other's stories. The students connected their stories to each other's, right? They saw that, hey, I was talking about something really personal or an accident that happened in my life. And I love the way that you shared about something that happened in your life. They're very similar, right? And what we also found is that students sometimes created a second story, a second safer story to share in the screening. And so during the entire course of the camp, they might have worked on a story that was very personal, like maybe involving the death of a family member, or about when their family had to move from one country to another to escape something. And it was really, really a terrifying experience. And they talked and they shared about the story, but when it came time of the screening to share the story in front of their friends and their family and the community, they sometimes switched to a story that was a little bit safer. So I remember one student shared about what it was like to live in between multiple countries and not be a legal citizen in either of them. But when it came time to share the story, they shared a story about their favorite math teacher. So this idea that even when students are creating these deep personal narratives, it's sometimes asking too much of them to be vulnerable and to share them out in public. Right? These stories sometimes work best when they can share them just in small groups or in the story circle, but not to the larger audience. Okay? So the findings, I split them into two. The mathematics identity, right? Students often talk, but we found that students talked a lot about the math in their lives, but they share the frustration in between the math that they were sharing in the stories and the math that they see in school. Right? Oftentimes, school math is very rote and very much based on procedures and memorization. And they saw that there's a huge disconnect in between the math that they were showcasing and sharing. And that they found that they loved doing the math much more than they loved making the videos, right? Making videos is really hard. And it requires a lot of thinking, a lot of planning. And the students often found that there was some frustration, right? In that, I just want to do a math problem. When I do a math problem, there's a right answer. I know I'm right, and I can move on, right? This a level of feeling fulfilled and just solving a problem versus making video could take me, a few hours, right? But we found that also that students who identified as storytellers, loved making videos. They sometimes dismiss the themes. So we asked them to have themes for the videos. Like, on day one, you're going to make a video about yourself. Day two, make a video about someone who does math in your community. And by day three, they just dismissed the themes and just went to make their own videos, right? And that was fine. We let the students sort of take us where they wanted us to show us, right? And then what I found really interesting was that many students were frustrated with the traditional ways of making videos, right? Storyboarding, sequencing, editing. Many of them just wanted to pick up the phones or pick up the iPads and just go and shoot and then make the video as it went along, which I think is really showcasing the difference between video makers today, from the TikTok and Instagram generation, of just making content as it goes, as opposed to pre-planning it and figuring out what it's going to look like. So one of the other findings is that making videos is really hard, right? In fact, one of the students just gave up making the final video. So this is way too hard for me to do. students felt very stressed about making their final videos, and they also wish they had another week for their final videos, right? So the idea that making videos is something that even though a lot of children say they want to do it, it's actually much harder to do, right, to enact than I thought. But don't take my word for it. Here, I'm going to share with you what participants thought. And so this is a quick video that we made to wrap up some of the ideas. And in this, you see one of my doctoral students asking questions of one of the students.
And I am going to be making 8 out of 10 shots.
So the Digital Math Storytelling Camp, it started with my own fascination with storytelling and video and math. Right? So the ways that we teach math in the United States are actually really bad. Are actually really about empowering kids and and separating kids' own stories and kids' own experiences from what math is. I see so much beauty in the world that is mathematical. To create stories, right?
This case with long age. Henry they showed 7th to 11th graders who were from marginalized communities. Kids came from start to finish. Stories, daily team building games, and engaged in collaborative problem solving. The games ended with a community screening, in which the kids proudly presented their stories to their peers and their families.
The idea that there are deep stories that connect to how we think about things. Yeah, and there's also this ability for us to, when we have stories, to connect and talk to each other. And the world that we live in, making creative videos is so much easier than it was just 10 years ago. Making videos is a really important skill to be important. It's easy for us to see them. The math doesn't have to just be right.
We have like a story circle where everyone went around and told a story. And I still remember the 2 stories that I told.
The math storytelling camps let me explore math in a different aspect. It definitely let me use my creativity to form videos and able to incorporate math into them, which I think is really creative. Math storytelling camps, it's definitely different. It's like not usually what you would see. So I feel like this definitely opens up, like, I could tell people like math stories from a different perspective. Like I could talk about like roller coasters and have math and they'd be like, oh, how did you do that? Oh, I just like learned it from this camp. And I feel like that's really cool because it's just like expanding on almost like everything.
Because when I watched that you didn't mention numbers at all there, but I know it's mathematics, real mathematics in combinatory maybe, yeah.
So that is my talk. I really appreciate you being on this journey with me and listening. There's a number of questions I see popping up in the chat. So now, Mr. Supendra, I'm happy to sort of take some time to answer some questions now. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Associate Professor Theodore Chow, for delivering a meaningful speech to us. What an insightful presentation we have just watched just now, and I hope all the information explained by Mr. Chow will give us all the audience and inspiration to make a better education for our life and people around us. Yes, yes, Mr. Chow, and we have seen on the chat box that there are quite a lot of questions for you for the session of question and answer session. And should I read one per one question for you so you can answer it? Or okay, the first question, the first question is from Mr. Novi Henry. Here, Mr. Novi Henry said that, what is the most simple and practical digital-based application in teaching mathematics to children at the primary educational level, especially in online learning? Thank you, sir.
That's a great question. I appreciate it, Nofri. The most simple and practical digital-based application in teaching mathematics to children at the primary education level. I don't think there's something that's simple, but I would say, I don't know if you have access to it, but on iPad, I really love the Gracie and Friends apps. So Gracie and Friends are these apps that are really focused on primary and early childhood, and they're using a research perspective on focusing on things like equipartitioning, focusing things on doubling and pattern recognition. And more recently, they've created ones on data science and created other ones on probability. And so I've seen a lot of tools come and go. That's one of my favorites. And the other one I think of, I really love the Mathagon website, particularly their virtual manipulatives. And I think that, you know, particularly with primary children, right, the research has shown that mathematics is best learned just by playing, but it's hard, right? It's hard sometimes because a lot of the digital tools are based on quizzes and based on memorization, and so students don't have a lot of chances to play, right? So any opportunities in which children are able to play with the math and move things around and create patterns, right, I think creates a lot of opportunities for students to create their own meaning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chow. And yeah, I will go to the next question, Mr. Chow. It's from Muhammad Rifki Avansa. Hello, sir. I'm the one of many students knowing that digital math teaching more us than around us and for living. And also my family knows that we can make money from math, but some people don't understand about that. How to make sure that digital math had more value in our life.
So I'm trying to interpret your question, Mohammed. I think that what I hear you asking is, right, a lot of times people see math as important only because it's connected to making money, right? They go, why is math important? Like, why do we have to study math so much, right? And in reality, right, that's a really good question. Why do we have to study? Like, why, like, of all the subjects in school, why is math this thing that we study every year? It gets harder and harder, and we have lots of tests about it. And if you don't do good in math, it's really hard to do other things in life, right? But what are the practical applications of math, right? And so one argument is it's in terms of capitalism, you have to understand how math works in order to understand how money works. But you know what I hear you saying, Mohammed, is that okay, that's one application. What are the other applications of mathematics, right? Maybe math, not just math, but also science and computer science and engineering. What are the practical applications for every child and why they should know these, right? And for me, I think that mathematics in particular is not about numbers, but it's more about problem solving, right? When students are able to see the world around them and see that problems can be solved through thinking, through creativity, through recognizing patterns, right? Through collaboration, through talking, right? Then they see that any problem in their life can be something that they can solve, right? And I think that's really powerful. It's not necessarily just about numbers, right? It's about the ways of thinking that you can make an impact and can change your world around you, right? And I think the same thing is true with science and with computer science and engineering, right? Computer science is a little bit more practical applications in the digital world we're living in today. But I think, you know, it's easy to focus on just the skills of what they're doing, but not the actual thinking that's happening as they're studying these subjects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chow. It's relating to the second question. We go to the next question, and it's from Agesi Genta Putri Agus, Mr. Chow, and it said that many young people think mathematics is difficult and very disliked, and whereas basically mathematics is closely related to everyday life, especially with the existence of technology. It can be utilized by collaborating mathematics with technology. So with that, what is your opinion regarding the argument, then how to deal with it, and so that mathematics can be easily accepted by the student or children?
Yeah, I think that's something that's universal, is that there's a lot of people who don't like math, right? There's a lot of people who don't, and I would say there's a lot of people that they don't like math. It's that they had a bad experience with school, right? They had a bad experience with maybe a teacher making them feel dumb or stupid, or they felt a lot of pressure in math, or they felt a lot of stress and anxiety in math, right? And I think that Indonesia has done a really good job over the last 30 years of really introducing the realistic mathematics education program to connect mathematics that happens in the real world and the mathematical models that children can bring and integrate them into the curriculum, right? So that the mathematics we're learning is connected to the real world. But it takes a long time, right? Because many of us, right, can remember situations in which maybe we were trying to figure out something in math, And we said, yeah, I don't understand how this works. And maybe the teacher says, you don't have to understand how it works. You just have to memorize it and do it. Right?
Yes.
That's an yeah, right. Exactly. That's a way to get children to say, well, why I hate this. Why do I have to do this if no one's going to explain it to me or help me understand it? They're just going to tell me to do it. They're going to treat me basically like I'm a robot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes the teacher don't want to explain more about how these things work. Right?
Yeah. Or oftentimes teachers don't even know how to explain it, right? They only know how to explain it one way. And if a child doesn't understand that, right? This is also an issue with our teacher preparation and support, right? How do we get teachers also to understand how to explain things and connect things in multiple ways, right?
Yes, this is the same question actually. Maybe the highlight of the question from Azari is about how to engage with the technology and mathematical in nowadays that we are forced to use technology and we have to learn about mathematics.
Yeah, so I've done a lot of work in learning technology, and when I was, I was a former middle school teacher myself, and when I was in the classroom, right, I had a projector, I was constantly using technology. But I think that there's a difference between forcing students to use technology and meeting students who are using technology, right? And so I'm not a proponent of forcing students to do anything, right? But we live in a world in which, like it's almost impossible to do anything in the world without one of these now, right? All of our banking systems, right? Our communication systems are all here. So rather than forcing students to use technology, I'd say we want to just create learning opportunities in spaces that our students already are, but also increase their digital literacies, right? Increasing their abilities to understand the way technology works around them so that they can be smart at using technology, right? There's a lot of predatory technology out there. There's a lot of technology that's just focused on stealing identities, stealing money, right? And making students feel bad about themselves. But if students understand that, along with learning content areas like math or science, right, then I think that we're able to educate them fully.
So it means that the mathematics nowadays is not only about the numbers, but also how the student can engage with the digital literacy things. Do you think so, Mr. Chow?
I think so. I don't know about all the curriculums happening in Indonesia, but I know that we don't necessarily have curriculums built around digital literacy.
Yes.
But it's really important, right? It's really important to understand how these things work so that you can be an engaged citizen for our children who are going to be moving into a world that's almost completely technology based, right?
Yeah.
To know the limitations of what they can and cannot do with technology.
Yes. Okay, we go on to the next question, Mr. Chow. It's from Elsa Ramayanti. Hello, sir. I'm Elsa. Earlier, you explained the implementation of storytelling at the elementary school level from pedagogical perspective and how to apply storytelling at the university level.
Yeah, I appreciate this question, Elsa. So, I think I haven't done a lot of it at the university level. I've done it with teachers that I've worked with. So undergraduate and master's students, and I've done this with PhD students. I find it really easy, right? With elementary children, it's a little bit harder because, children are still learning how to think about their stories. They're still learning about how to think about narratives, and they're still learning how to work and edit video. When I work with undergraduates, I find that almost all the undergraduates I work with have a really good understanding of things like YouTube culture or TikTok or Instagram. And they're, not everybody, but many of the students are already very active on these spaces. They've been active for about 10 or 15 years, right? Since they were in middle school or high school. So asking them to create videos and asking them to create videos about the math is actually, in a primary setting, it might take me a week to get kids to make a video and share it and understand what they're doing. Versus with on a college level or higher ed, I would say it takes maybe 1 or 2 sessions. Because I think what we want to focus on there is the sharing of the stories and the talking, but the technical implementation of creating video, putting it together and adding a soundtrack, that's something that I find most college students to be able to do pretty well. And most of them already have experience doing that.
Okay. They have to produce more product for like engaging with the information they want to create, right?
Yeah. I think many of them have had to do it in projects and other classes, right? But also, many students are doing them already, right? On Instagram and TikTok, right?
Yes. It's easily produce project in Instagram and TikTok, right? A lot of features that they provided to produce this product, something like in the social media. Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Chow, I believe that we have a very convenient discussion, but unfortunately, we have a very limited time, and I have to end this session for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is all for today. For the first session, I would like to say thank you so much to our honorable speaker, Mr. Chow, who have been sharing interesting and insightful speech, and also thank you to all audiences who have been paying full attention and participating in the session. So I am Dedi Supendra, would like to apologize for any inconvenient mistake. And I end up this session with say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much
much.
for
Thank you,
sharing with us.
Mr. Chow.
We would like to say thank you for Mr. Associate Professor Theodore Chow for insightful speech, and also for Mr. Dedis Pendraima for moderating the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second session, we are going to have a speech from our honorable keynote speakers. So I'm glad to invite Mrs. Graita Kusumastuti MPD to moderate this session. Mrs. Grahita Kusmastuti, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Grahita Kusmastuti. I will be your moderator for first and second plenary session. After an awesome presentation from Prof. Chow, we still have the other excellent speakers have been here virtually with us. Associate Professor Darmansyah MPD. Selamat siang, Pak Darmansyah. And we'll be followed with Dr. Siti Hajar. And for the board of speakers, we will have an awesome presentation too. But before we go to the presentation, let me introduce a little profile about our speakers today. Can you make me as a host, Mr. Mohammed? Mr. Mohammed, can you make me as a host? I will share a about our speaker.
Okay, Ms. Grahita Kusmastuti.
Belum menjadi co-host, bisa dijadikan co-host terlebih dahulu.
Okay, Dr. Siti, would you make me a host, our host, to make a Dr. Siti?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear my voice?
Could you give the host to us, to me?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Give me, make me a host.
Welcome to the International Center, Dr. Siti. Good afternoon.
Yeah, okay. Is this my session, right?
Yes, and I will be your moderator for...
All right, okay. So sorry because my connection is not really stable here, but alhamdulillah, I still can hear you.
Okay. Before we go to the presentation, I will introduce about your profile and also Dr. Darmansyah profile. I'm still waiting to be a co-host. If the operator can make me a host, I will be sharing about our profile speakers. But if it cannot, I will be just read the curriculum vitae. Okay, I've been here, Dr. Siti Hajar. She is an associate professor at the University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur. She is the head of the Department of the Curriculum and Instructional Technology. She holds a degree in Information System Management from the University of Technology Mara and a master in Educational Technology and PhD in Adult Educational Technology from the University Science Malaysia. She has received many awards such as the Dean's Award, Best of Presentation Award, Excellent Service Awards, the Most Outstanding Reviewer, and many more. We can visit the University Malaya's website to know more about her. And our second speaker, Dr. Darman Syah, is Associate Professor at the Universitas Negeri Padang, Indonesia. He is a lecturer in Educational Technology Department of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. He holds a degree in Civil Engineering, Universitas Taman Siswa Palembang, and a master and doctoral in Educational Technology from the Universitas Negeri Padang. Dr. Darmansyah has a lot of research experience in educational technology, such as his last research about e-module for learning science in elementary school. We can visit Universitas Negeri Padang website to know more about him. I think that's all about our speaker's profile. One thing before presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentation will go. Dr. Siti Hajar will deliver her presentation first and will be continued by Dr. Darmansyah. Each of speakers will have 20 to 25 minutes to deliver the presentation. After that, there will be a question and answer session followed by a conclusion. And for all participants, feel free to write your question on chat box. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now allow me to welcome the speaker. First speaker for this plenary session, Dr. Siti Hajar. Time is yours.
Okay, I do hope you can see my screen here.
Yes.
Okay, so good morning. In Malaysia, it's still morning, so good morning to everyone. So I'm as what been introduced by the chair. I'm Assistant Professor TS Dr. Siti Hajar from Curriculum and Instructional Technology University of Malaya. So this is the topic that I'm going to share with all of you is regarding remote learning, designing digital strategies. So I've been given about 20 minutes, so I will make a quick presentation and sharing with all of you. So these are the table of contents. So I will start with the 21st century education, how the university, especially my university, adapt in the pandemic. All right, what the learning strategies and also the instructional design. Okay, so for the 21st century, as we all know, we are in the 21st century, and the impact of 21st century in our education system is the use of technology. So the technology, it influences the developments of instructional technology in our education system, which means that all of us, the students and also the lecturers, also we can have many free online resources from the internet. We can have video lectures, YouTube, open access journals, and so forth. It's a free access, so it's not it is very easy for us to find any materials online. As well as in the 21st century, in terms of the interaction, we can see that most of our students, they are not only interact and communicate with their friends, but they also can communicate, interact with their peers, with their lecturers, and also the learning content everywhere, not only in the classroom, but also outside the classroom. So as you can see on the screen here, this is the model of education model. As you can see, in 20th century education model, they only consist of two elements, which means that only focus on the content of the subject and also in terms of the assessment. But in the 21st century learning model, you can see that not only focus on the content assessment, but we do have the 21st century assessment. Okay, previously maybe we do have only formative, summative assessment, but now we have like alternative assessment, there's a many assessment that you can conduct with your students using technology. So due to the pandemic COVID-19, most of the instructor also they focus on the life skills, so that the student they can have the skills, okay, they can use the skills in their daily life. And most of the content are the 21st century content, which focus more to the technology pedagogies in the 21st century. And the subjects is not only focused in one subject, but can be blend to any other subject. For example, like the STEAM. In Malaysia, we have the STEAM, STEAM, which means that the integration of arts in the STEM subjects. Of course, learning and teaching skills and the use and 21st century learning, it instill all the students and instructors to become an ICT literate. So how my university adapt to this pandemic scenario? So everyone knows, okay, we faced the COVID-19 in 2020. So during the COVID-19, so my university introduced the program of remote learning. Although my university, we do have online learning. Previously, we call it as online learning, but due to the pandemic and also the emergency situation happens, so we use the term of remote learning, okay, to conduct teaching and learning practice with our students. Okay, so remote learning is not really easy to conduct because there are some of barriers in terms of technologies, in terms of loss of contact interaction between students and peers, you know. So but then our university managed to conduct and introduce the program of remote learning, and until now, although now is a post-pandemic, but we still conduct a remote learning program in our institutions. So the remote learning, it is one of the policy or program in my university, which it needs to connect with the technology. So we use a lot of technology tools, and we also subscribe many like platform and application for the instructors to use and apply and use the technologies to interact and integrate with to get engaged with the student. So in terms of teaching learning pedagogies, not only one pedagogy, we can use multiple pedagogies. For example, like flipped learning. We can also blend with the blended learning, can do like problem-based learning, and we know how to align and tally all the pedagogies in our performa course, our lesson plan. So, and then the pedagogies we integrate with the use of technology or platform. For example, the technologies are the platform, the application, or the tools. And for the remote learning, not only one asynchronous and synchronous, we try to blend it together, the synchronous and asynchronous. So synchronous, we do have our own live platform in University of Malaya. We have our own UN Spectrum. We can conduct live interaction with our student, and also sometimes if you want to provide like any notes to our students, so we use asynchronous, and the use of social media, for example, like WhatsApp, the Telegrams are the most useful social media platforms to interact with our students. So for the remote learning in my university, we integrate the teaching and learning pedagogies and the use of technologies, which is the synchronous and asynchronous platform and applications when we practice the remote learning program. So when we conduct remote learning program, it's not really easy to conduct, because if in class we can identify our student, they are face to face, we can easy to get engaged with our student. It's a physical interaction, right? But in a remote learning, because of the barrier in terms of the students are not in front of you, okay, seems like sometimes you're talking in front of the wall, so you need to identify your student first. So if let's say you already identify the student who are passive learner and active learner, so you can do more activity with your students, and at the end you can have your learning outcome. So this is the example, the passive learning and active learning. So what you can do with the activities and the learning outcome. The same goes here, the learning pyramid. So this is an examples on how you can engage your students and let them remember your course content. So this is adapted from the National Thinking Laboratories. So this give you it give you a guidelines on how you can conduct activities with your student. For example, like do teaching, some practice or practical skills, group discussion, demonstration, audiovisual, reading, and language. So you can do more activities with students to get them engaged in your remote learning class. So in terms of the student perspectives, how you as a student, when you enroll, you imagine that you are a student in the remote learning. So when you enroll the remote learning class, you can have a live interaction with your lecturer, a live interaction. But then how after the class, outside the class, the remote class, so what you can do as a student? So you need to set your goal. You have to have a clear picture, clear direction, how you can motivate yourself, because as a remote learner, the most important thing is you must have a motivation. You motivate yourself to follow the RL program. It's not easy to follow RL. You need to be disciplined. So you need to set your goal, and then you need to write up a schedule. You must have your timetable. Attend your class. So after class, what you should do, and then you have to write out your schedule, and then you must have a time, manage your time to create a study space. It's time for you to study. And get involved in discussion, make interaction. As you know, 21st century model, one of the elements is interaction. So you can get interaction more with your colleagues, your peers. So you can have interaction with them, and then you need to revise. After class, you need to revise the materials given by your instructor. You need to review your studies, look at what are the what are the notes that you want to get an in-depth understanding, and then do some research. Because we have the free online, of course, you can find a lot of materials online. So do some research to get in-depth understanding of the topic, and the most important thing is get engaged with your instructor. If you want to know more about the topics, about whatever things that you need to get more clarification from your instructor, so get engaged with your instructor. So then you become successful remote learners. You have the skill, you have the knowledge. So this is what the objective of the learning outcome of certain course which offer the remote learning program. So as an instructor, so we as an instructor, most of us here, maybe we are an instructor, we need to know how to design our course, especially in remote learning course. So this is the basic example of instructional design. So there are many other instruction design model, like for example ID model, they have their own uniqueness of the IDs model. But then for the assure model, this is what my university applies. So we can know step by step effective systematically instruction on how we can conduct our class, remote learning class based on the instruction design model, so that we can have a careful planning with the use of technology. For example, like this is AHSURE. So the first, you need to analyze your learners. Who are your learners? You need to understand their skill. Maybe they are techno savvy in terms of they are beginner, they are intermediate, or they are advanced learner. So they are very techno literate in terms of using technology. And then you need to state standards objective daily with the use of technology in your class. And then you select the strategies, technology, media, and materials. Choose the right materials, media that are suitable to be used. Maybe some of the students, they are not familiar with some certain technologies. So maybe the technology is quite very, they are not able to access to the technology. So you need to select technology or media materials that convenience to your students, and then you need to utilize the use of technology. You already decide what are the technologies, instruction media that you want to use, the materials, then only you need to utilize the technologies, and then only you can require learner participation. When you require learner participation, this is the time when you conduct activity with your student. So when you conduct activity with your student, then you can identify the student whether they are in the group of active learners or passive learners. So ensure that your students in the remote learning, class, they are an active learner. So you conduct activities like the previous slide, the learning pyramid. You know how to conduct activities with your students, and at the end you evaluate and revise. Okay, do some assessment, get the feedback from your student, get their reflections. Either your class, your remote learning class is efficient, if not, you can revise, okay, your course. So next one, so instructional strategies to gain student attention in remote learning. So to get engaged and motivation in remote learning class is not really easy, especially when you conduct live interaction, live session with your students. So these are the examples on how you can conduct live session with your students. The first one, in terms of session activity, so ensure it's very interactive, fun, and do some hands-on activity, although it's online, but you can do hands-on activity with your student. Okay, make your session activity enjoyable, be creative, and maybe you can have Q&A questions with your student, and then give your introduction, ask students to introduce themselves, so that you can and you can identify who are your students. And maybe you don't remember their name, because sometimes when you use online, they will have their own, they are not their real name, maybe they have that number or what. So you create a nickname for your students, so you maybe perhaps you can have your code text number. All right, so next one is the language. You need to be competent. If you're using English language or in Malaysia Malay language, you need to competent in language so the student can understand. And the situation, sometimes if let's say you face any difficult questions and you're not able to answer it, maybe you can answer it at the end of the session, or maybe you can answer to the next or before the next sessions. So ensure when you conduct remote learning class, you have to take a break. So this is what we have to have the energy, we call it as energy drain. So take a break. Maybe sometimes you can throw jokes with your students, and maybe you can do some light exercise. This make them become to engage in your class and to get their attentions when they follow your remote learning class. And as an instructor, you need to be spontaneous, not only you sometimes they have questions with in your session, so you need to be spontaneous, might be able to fully cover a point as you plan, so you need to be spontaneous. So at the end, my conclusion is that online learning is a two-way of interaction. Winning the confidence of the online session is crucial for every student. So not easy to conduct online classes. So you as an instructor, you have to know how to design systematically on your in your teaching and learning process, and also the activities that you conduct with your student. This is because in the 21st century model, learning with this is situation here, learning without textures, evaluation without examination, and knowledge without borders. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. I return my session to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Siti, for giving such an informative and interesting presentation about remote learning design digital strategies. Dr. Siti, before we move to Dr. Darmansyah, I need your help, Dr. Siti. Our computer accidentally make you as the main host. Can you just
I see.
Yes.
Can admit.
Yeah. Can you move the host to Rahmi Prativi?
Okay, I need to change the host
to Rahmi Prativi.
So because my connection is not really good here, so I'm not able to. Okay, wait. Rahmi, how to spell?
Rahmi, R-A-H-M-I.
Rahmi Pratawi.
Yes, P-R-A.
Make host it.
Okay, thank you very much. We are sorry for the technical problem.
No worries.
Okay, Dr. Siti. After your presentation, I think there is a question for you, but still waiting to write in the chat box. But before we answer directly about the question, we move first to Dr. Darmansyah.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Pak Darmansyah.
Ya.
Siap presentasinya. Kami persilahkan kepada Pak Darmansyah. Monggo, Pak.
Okay, thank you. I would like to sharing my presentation.
Okay, sure.
Telah menjawab pertanyaan ke-7. Selanjutnya kita selanjutnya
Ini pun rekamnya.
Saudara Akila.
Bisa terlihat?
Sudah, Pak.
Kusumastuti, moderator, you can see my presentation?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Syukur kepada Allah dan selawat kepada Nabi Muhammad SAW. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Ibu Dr. Abna Hidayati, Head of Department Instructional Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, ladies and gentlemen, and all of audience. I would like to present my paper. Its title is Archery's ID Model, Desain Pembelajaran Berorientasi Peningkatan Motivasi dan Integritas Akademik. Mungkin saya akan menyampaikannya dalam bahasa Indonesia dan campur mungkin. Ladies and gentlemen, this model, Archery's ID model, is a new model of the instructional design developed by myself at 2020, last 2 years, based on ARCS motivational model from Keller, 1979. And after 1983, ARCS motivational model developed by Keller to increasing motivation of the student in learning. Now, I would like to develop the new model of the instructional design model. We call Archery's ID model, based on ARCS motivational model by Keller 1983. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, kalau kita lihat ARCS motivational model, instructional model yang dikembangkan tahun 79 berdasarkan tahapan pembelajaran. The step of learning, the first one at attention, the second relevance, confidence, and satisfaction. And then, kemudian model ini adalah salah satu model yang terkenal untuk meningkatkan motivasi dari pembelajar atau pelajar. Nah, ketika motivasi ini naik, maka dipastikan hasil belajarnya akan naik. Nah, kita melihat bahwa ketika COVID-19 ya 2020 mulai dari 2019 itu terjadi negative impact in learning. Terjadinya learning loss and learning connectiveness. Ya. Menurunnya keterhubungan pembelajaran antara pendidik dengan peserta didik. Oleh karena itu kita menggunakan teknologi. Ya. Nah, jadi model ini dikembangkan riset sejak tahun 18 sebenarnya idenya. Kemudian pengembangan model terbaru ini dengan menggunakan ARCS model, motivational model, lalu saya memasukkan di situ ada tambahan insertion extended evaluation model. Ya, ini adalah sebuah model evaluasi yang meningkatkan menurunkan dishonesty, academic dishonesty. Jadi ini adalah salah satu model dengan mengkombinasikan dengan memasukkan ketika kita menggunakan attention, relevant, dan extended evaluation, kita yang dikembangkan oleh Keller 79 itu saya coba untuk memberikan sentuhan untuk meningkatkan bagaimana caranya supaya model ini lebih memberikan motivasi sekaligus juga meningkatkan academic integrity, ethic, and performance. Saudara sekalian, tujuan dari ARCS motivational model through attention, relevant, confident, and satisfaction is the motivation, how to increase the motivation of the learner. And my model, our Charis ID model, attention, relevant, confident, extended model, and satisfaction, integrated by moral, ethic, and performance. The objective of this model is, beside motivation, increasing to motivation and learning outcome, and the important of this model is increasing to academic integrity. Why using a Charis ID model? Online learning giving negative impact to the student, increasing cheating, increasing plagiarism, and increasing academic dishonesty. And we have data tahun 2010 misalnya, ya, Sotil mensurvei 635 mahasiswa menemukan bahwa 32% mahasiswa dari kuliah tatap muka menyontek dan kuliah online mengaku berbuat curang adalah 32%. Ya. Kemudian 2019 69,3%, ya, itu mereka copy paste. Kemudian parafrase 68,3%, kemudian menerjemahkan tanpa menyebutkan sumbernya itu adalah 81%. My research at 20 and 20 in the doctoral program, saya menemukan bahwa hasil ujian mahasiswa itu memiliki indeks sepertinya 38%. Dan kalau dilihat dari range-nya, from 8% to the 68%. And this data is average Index similarity indexnya 38.21%. Internet sources 36%. Publication 7.44%. Student papers 23.76%. Jadi saudara sekalian, di samping memang menurunkan learning connectivity atau learning connectiveness dan meningkatkan loss learning, juga ada dampak lain, yaitu meningkatnya dishonesty, di academic dishonesty di proses pembelajaran. Oleh karena itu, maka kita ingin merancang sebuah model pembelajaran, model desain pembelajaran, bahwa bagaimana caranya di samping how to increase the motivation learning of the student, juga kita ingin memberikan semacam nilai-nilai moral, etik, dan performan kepada para mahasiswa kita. This model, the meaning of this philosophies of Archer's ID model, diambil dari Archer's side instructional design model. Jadi ini dipendekkan menjadi Archer's ID model.
Halo Pak Darmansyah. I think there is a connection error from Dr. Darmansyah. Okay, I think Dr. Darmansyah has a problem with the connection. We can wait for a moment, Dr. Darmansyah, to join us again. We are sorry about the connection problem. Or maybe we can move to the question and answer session sambil menunggu Pak Darmansyah bergabung kembali. Is it okay, Mr. Dedi Supendra? Oh, Pak Darmansyah has come back. Halo Pak Darmansyah.
Halo, bisa lihat?
Sudah Pak, sudah.
PowerPoint ya?
Ya, sudah.
Bisa ya?
Sudah.
Oke, baik. Sorry, itu internetnya putus.
Okay, you can continue your presentation.
Oke, baik.
Okay, I think it's still in connection problem. Okay, we move to the question and answer session first. And Pak Darmansyah, are you connect with us again? Masih di mute, Pak.
Ya, saya sebenarnya di Pasar Sarjana, di kantor ini. Baik.
Agak mendung, Pak, mungkin. Iya, silakan.
Bisa dilihat PowerPoint-nya?
Sudah, Pak, sudah jelas.
Jadi
Okay, I think Dr. Darmansya still struggle with the connection problem. Or maybe we can move first in the question and answer session. And maybe if Dr. Darmansya can join us again, we can continue to the presentation. Okay, Dr. Siti, are you still online with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, thank you. We have some question about your presentation. Maybe I will read about the question. Let me read first. The question is from Miss Mutia. Ms. Mutia asks about related to the character education, how to make learning with technology still can maintaining character education. Maybe you can directly answer.
Still can maintain the
character education for the student.
Correct, character student for the student. Okay, in my opinions, so remote learning is not really easy to conduct. So the loss of interactions, okay, to engage with students is not really easy. But as an instructor, you need to know how to conduct your class, okay, especially in terms of the learning strategies. Okay, if learning strategy for the online, of course, we can, for the remote learning, of course, we can instill the domain of connective. So effective, and also another one, psychomotor. So for the psychomotor, it depends on the how you conduct your class. You can include all three domains, so you can create the characters of your student. So it depends on how the teaching and learning strategies, as what I stated, I shared on my screens regarding the instructional design model, the assure model. So for the assure model, you can know how the systematically on how you can create your instructional design module and how you conduct the activity, use of technologies and the activities, use of technologies, and at the end you can know the learning outcomes, and then the learning outcomes get back to the objective. What's the objective of your course, so you can cultivate the characteristics in your students to get them more engaged, motivate, and they feel that they are not follow the teaching learning process online, but feel that they are still like in the physical environment, physical classroom environment.
Okay. That's awesome. So the character education still can maintaining in educational with technology. Okay, the second question is from Nofri Henry in chat box. What learning strategies or model are most effective in computer practice lecturer in online learning? For example, if we use a virtual laboratory application, what learning model is most suitable to be applied? Thank you.
Okay, for me, that is why I share the assure model, like Prof discuss about the ARCS model. I think the ARCS also model to motivate the students. So if you want to have systematically on how you can have the flow on to design your class remote as online learning, you can use the assure model. So assure model, you can know systematically the instruction. But if let's say you want to look into how the teaching and learning process in the class, so maybe you can use another model like Gartner 9 events of instruction. So you can know step by step the 9 events. So maybe for the Gartner, maybe you can search online, so you can know what is the step by step, so you can identify what actually what your students their understandings toward your class, so you can know systematically on the 9 events of instruction. So if let's say you want to have your student to become more motivated, to motivate them to attend your class, to get engaged, maybe you can use ARCS model. Okay, so ARCS model, like Prof shared with us, this now is more regard to the more related to the motivation. Okay, so we can motivate our students in remote learning. And any other instruction design model like RD model, if you use lots of technologies, you want them to do some activity, practical activities, so you as instructor, you decide so what are the suitable learning model which can be applied, especially when you conduct the remote learning program. So for my case, if let's say I look into, I will identify who are my students first. If they are advanced learners, okay, they are very good in terms of technology, so I will use I will integrate with the use of technology which is more advanced. If they are beginner, they are not familiar with the technology, and maybe their level is only undergraduate student and not postgraduate students, so I will know how to conduct and identify what types of learning model, what are the pedagogies that I need to instill in when I conduct the remote learning class.
So the clear syntax will make the student know clearly know about the computer system, something like that, yeah, Miss Dr. Siti. Okay, I think there is more question for you, but I think Mr. Ramansyah has been joined with us. Pak Darmansyah sudah bergabung kembali.
Oke. Bisa dengar suara saya?
Sudah. So
Bisa.
we need to pending the question for you, Dr. Siti. I will move to the Dr. Darmansyah first. After that, I will continue the question for you. Silakan, Pak Darmansyah.
I'm sorry. Bisa dengar suara saya?
Bisa, Pak. Bisa, Pak.
Ya, baik. Oke. Saya ingin melanjutkan apa namanya? Sebentar.
Ya, sampai di makna filosofisnya.
Ya, sebentar. Sebentar. Saya mau ulang share screen-nya. Oke. Tadi sampai di
filosofis, makna filosofis.
Oke. Baik. Saya akan melanjutkan kembali itu tadi dari mana filosofi sudah. Kemudian saya ingin apa namanya? Nah ini. Jadi dari side model itu ada akronim yang saya buat melalui nama mulai dari ARCHERYSITAE. Yang pertama adalah the first one, attention, R, relevance, C, confidence, H, higher, E, effectiveness, R, right, Y, yield, S, satisfaction, I, integrity, and T, technique, E, extending. Ya, jadi ini adalah akronim dari model yang saya kembangkan ini, yang bersumber dari ARCS Motivational Model by Keller. Baik, saudara sekalian, kita akan melihat setelah kita lihat tadi model yang dikembangkan oleh Keller itu, saya mengembangkannya dalam bentuk diagram panah, ya. Tetap menggunakan attention yang pertama, kemudian second one relevance, confidence. Nah, di sini saya menyisipkan itu adalah extending technique evaluation. Jadi ada sebuah model evaluasi yang dikembangkan di China, yaitu bagaimana caranya supaya kita menyiapkan evaluasi belajar itu dapat mampu untuk mengurangi academic dishonesty, plagiarism, cheating, and others. And then kita langsung ke satisfaction. Setelah mereka ujian evaluasi, mereka akan diberikan semacam penghargaan dan segala macam dalam bentuk satisfaction. Kemudian nanti sasaran kita adalah yang pertama motivation. Like the LRCS motivational model from Keller, motivation, the main objective, and learning outcome. Tentu saja kita ingin meningkatkan hasil belajar, how to increasing the learning outcome. Inti dari model ini adalah meningkatkan academic integrity. Teknologi sudah memberikan kemudahan-kemudahan kepada peserta didik. Teknologi giving beneficial to the student. Dapat mendapatkan data dari big data, tetapi di samping itu juga akan memberikan negative impact dalam hal academic integrity. Oleh karena itu, model ini fokusnya juga kepada academic integrity. Bagaimana caranya? Nah, entah caranya adalah dengan memasukkan ketika kita memberikan attention, ya, kita memberikan attention, kita memasukkan di sini adalah integrity, moral, ethic, and performance, kinerja. Jadi semua ini diwarnai dengan baik yang attention, relevant, confident, externix, teknik evaluation, kita berikan warna dengan integrity. Kita integrasikan integrity ke dalamnya. Jadi setiap memberikan pembelajaran, mereka selalu terkait dengan integritas atau academic integrity. Ya, nanti mereka akan mendapatkan satisfaction dari situ, maka busur panah itu akan menuju sebuah titik, yaitu academic integrity. Inilah yang saya kembangkan di tahun 2020, meskipun ketika itu penelitian saya tidak dapat dana gitu ya, tapi penelitian mandiri. Baik. Nah, apa perbedaan ya antara ARCS motivational model by Keller dan model yang saya kembangkan ya. Ini kalau dilihat dari model ARCS itu kita ada 4 juga, yaitu attention, relevant, confident, and satisfaction. Ini adalah bentuk-bentuk perlakuan, ya, treatment yang dilakukan kepada peserta didik. Setiap langkah kita melakukan treatment ini. Namun saya mengembangkannya itu dengan cara mengkombinasikan setiap langkah dan treatment itu selalu diwarnai oleh moral, etik, and performance. Jadi, saudara sekalian, ini adalah model terbaru. Mudah-mudahan uji cobanya akan lebih jauh lagi kita lakukan. Kemudian langkah kedua juga di relevan juga ada, tetapi saya mewarnainya juga dengan moral, etik, and performance. Kemudian ini juga. Nah, di langkah keempat, kalau di LRCS motivational model Keller itu 4 langkah ya, 4 steps, dan saya memasukkannya injection of evaluation setelah langkah ketiga, dan nanti kita satisfaction-nya kita lihat nanti di akhir ya. Nah, inilah bedanya antara model-model yang saya kembangkan dengan model yang saya jadikan dasar untuk dikembangkan. Kemudian saudara sekalian, audien yang saya hormati, extended model ini saya melakukan penelitian itu tahun 2020, di mana adalah satu model evaluasi yang dibuat untuk mengurangi cheating, untuk menurunkan plagiarism, untuk menurunkan academic dishonesty, kecurangan akademik. Jadi caranya itu sudah dikembangkan beberapa penelitian di beberapa negara. Yang paling dominan adalah di China. Nah, bagaimana caranya? Ini adalah 3 elemen penting yang harus menjadi dasar dalam membuat soal. Ya, mulai dari elemen. Jadi arahan tentang kejujuran setiap soal diberikan. Kemudian kriteria itu menjelaskan apa penilaian-penilaian yang diberikan dan apa hukuman kalau terjadi kecurangan. Itu dijelaskan. Yang terakhir adalah selalu mengaitkan discourse domain itulah selalu mengaitkan dengan clue individu. Jadi ada yang bersifat individual itu dikaitkan dengan Oke, ini adalah model extended teaching technique evaluation.
Yang yang apa dulu? Yang aku
Saya kira itu mungkin sebagai perkenalan untuk model baru ini, tetapi saya yakin dan percaya bahwa model ini akan memberikan dampak terhadap pertama motivasi, kemudian learning outcome, kemudian juga adalah academic integrity. Tetapi saya masih menginginkan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk melakukan uji coba dalam berbagai level. Uji coba ini sangat diperlukan, saudara sekalian, karena ARCS motivational model itu dilakukan untuk instructional design model classroom oriented, not product oriented, not system oriented. Nah, kalau dia berorientasi kepada kelas, maka peningkatan motivasi terhadap learner, maka semua level pendidikan itu bisa digunakan. Nah, itu keunggulan dari model ini. Jadi kalau kita menggunakan classroom oriented instructional design model, maka kita bisa menggunakan from the elementary school to the higher education. Dan saya ingin suatu saat mungkin ada kerjasama, maybe with Miss Dr. Siti, make the research cooperation with to develop this model. Saya kira itu mungkin Kusma Stuti untuk penjelasan saya tentang the new model of instructionalism model developed by myself at 2020. Terima kasih dan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Darmansyah. It's an interesting presentation about archery, Dr. Darmansyah. And we have some question about you, about your presentation about archery. And we will continue first about a question for Dr. Siti. There are 3 questions for Dr. Siti. Maybe we will deliver to Dr. Siti first. It is a question from Agesi Genta. For Dr. Siti, regarding active learning and passive learning, your presentation, what are the advantages and disadvantages of active-based learning? Thank you. Is it clear, Dr. Siti?
Yeah, clear, because I already viewed the chat. So for the active learning and passive learning in terms of using technologies. So as I mentioned earlier, you need to identify who are your learners. Okay, it's not easy to really, because if let's say you have 40 numbers of students who enroll in your class for a remote learning, it's not easy for you to monitor one by one. So to make the active in your class, so what I did for my class is that firstly I need them to be engaged so that I can know they are in my class, turn on their camera, so we do activities. So when we do activities, the student will get engaged, and then we can consider them as an active learner. If let's say the students, they are not really if you do activities with them and there is no feedback from your students, so maybe perhaps you need to call the students who are passive and then do the activities. The activities, not only live interaction activities in the live session, maybe you can use any other applications, for example, like some sort of like asynchronous platform to let them be engaged in your class, so that you can monitor your students to become someone who are from passive learner to become an active learner. Does that answer?
Okay, it's so clear. About the second question from Anofrianti, doctor. What about the assessment in active online learning? How many assessment we need and for what that assessment?
Okay, if let's say we call it as online, so means that the assessment is an online assessment, or we call it as an e-learning assessment. So the most important assessment is that we as instructor, we need to identify if our student, they really understand the topic or subject that we already deliver to them. The information that we deliver to them, they will grasp the information. So how many assessments is actually, it depends on the course structure. If let's say you have 3 hours class for your session, so meaning that you can conduct your assessments like you can have like more than 3 assessment. It's very simple assessment, for example, like only do like open-ended assessment. Maybe you give them some case study, very short case study, and let them do the activities. And maybe you can also use game. Most of the instructor, they will use Kahoot as a game base, so they will ask to understand if the students get in the understanding of the topics. Maybe you can do reflection, but the most important thing is you need to clearly design your instructional content, so you can know how many assessment that you want to conduct in your class. So the most important thing is that you need to keep in your mind that assessment for online is different than physical. So what types of assessments, it depends on how the students, they are familiar with the applications. If let's say you use a very sophisticated, very advanced applications, so the students are not able to assess it, so it's quite difficult. So that how many assessments is depend on your course structure actually.
Okay, so it depends on the instructor, right? Depend on the teacher, and the most important is about we can measure the understanding of our student. Okay, and the last question for Dr. Siti from Adli. In development of modern education and the effect of pandemic education included in Indonesia, what is the right strategy or collaborative model in technology which can help learning today? It means learning after pandemic. Thank you, Dr. Siti.
Okay, like my university, we still conduct remote learning. That is still ongoing. Although previously, before the COVID-19, we have online learning, but because due to the COVID, we changed the terms into remote learning because it's something like very emergency situations to make the student all safe when they're able to attend the class. So other than remote learning, maybe you can now everyone is focusing on open distance learning. So open distance learning it's the same, everything is like online with the use of computer internet, but the structure is different because for the open distance learning is more focused on adult learners. So the learners, okay, they further their studies, and but because of pandemic COVID, most of the not only adult learners but young adult learners, they follow the program, they enroll the program and pursue program in open distance learning. If online and remote learning means that the student, they it's not really like 100% use of technologies, because they have the percentage, the weightage, like for example 40 to 60 remote learning. But for adult, for open distance learning, the use of technologies, okay, more than 70%. So 70% asynchronous, or maybe 30% only asynchronous. So to make our education systems to become more effective after the post-pandemic, is that the institution needs to be, they need to do some study, okay, look into what are the preference of the learners nowadays, because of the use of technology. We are in the 21st century, and most of the young generation, they already used to technology. Because of the pandemic, they stay at home, their screen time with the technology, okay, all the kids also, they use all the technology for their school. So we need to do some studies to identify, okay, what are actually the learning need, then we can know in future. So the student, when it comes to emergency remote teaching, okay, emergency something, who knows, something will happen in future, we do not know, but we can predict it. So the use of technology can help in terms of to collaborate with our students and instructors, and also no boundaries to the whole world.
Absolutely, yes. Technology will be the main thing to help the learning after pandemic. Thank you, Dr. Siti. There is one question, but I think because the limited time, I need to move to Dr. Damansyah first. Maybe for the last question, Dr. Damansyah will be answering the question. Pak Darmansyah, mungkin pertanyaan terakhir akan diberikan ke Bapak mengenai model arseri Bapak. Apa saja kompetensi yang dapat di-cover oleh arseri model tersebut? Ini pertanyaan dari Anissa, Pak. Silahkan.
Baik, terima kasih. Kita menggunakan model desain instruksional design model itu tentu memiliki tujuan-tujuan. Kalau kita lihat tadi, Dr. Siti sudah menjelaskan tentang Azure, kemudian juga remote learning dan segala macam menggunakan teknologi. Dan kalau kita melihat orientasi dari setiap model itu ada 3 sebenarnya. Ada classroom orientation, instructional design, and the second one product orientation of this instructional design, and the third one itu adalah system oriented. Nah, kalau kita menggunakan classroom oriented itu banyak sebenarnya model seperti itu. Tapi saya sangat tertarik dengan ICS motivational model ini. Karena model ini sudah masuk ke semua sistem. Apakah itu training, learning, apakah itu open distance learning atau tatap muka, ya itu motivasional yang menjadi perhatian atau penuh gitu untuk kita lakukan di dalam kelas. Jadi bagaimana caranya kita meningkatkan motivasi peserta didik, dan di dalam pembelajaran daring post COVID-19 itu kan umumnya kita kan daring atau katakan online learning. Nah, online learning itu banyak kemudahan yang diperoleh oleh mahasiswa kita. Tetapi peluang untuk melakukan kecurangan, academic dishonesty, kemudian juga plagiarism, cheating dan lain-lain itu juga semakin besar gitu. Ya, semakin besar. Oleh karena itu, kita berikan kepada mereka motivasi supaya tidak terjadi learning loss, tidak terjadi penurunan learning connectiveness di antara mereka, keterhubungan itu, maka kita berikan. Tetapi itu tidak cukup. Maka kita ingin juga ketika kita mengajarkan kepada mereka tentang motivasi, memberi motivasi mereka, jauh akan lebih baik kalau mereka itu diberikan instruction morality. Kita masukkan di situ etika, kita masukkan di situ bagaimana mereka untuk meningkatkan kinerja mereka, untuk mendapatkan kompetensi dalam menghadapi masa depan. Dan saya setuju dengan Dr. Siti tadi, bahwa kalau kita menggunakan desain instruksional, kita nyambung itu. Nah, tapi saya ingin memperkenalkan yang baru ini tentu melalui beberapa uji coba, atau katakanlah implementasi untuk melihat efektivitas dari model ini. Dan saya mungkin memerlukan waktu yang cukup lama ini. Saya berharap nanti kalau ada Dr. Siti kesempatan join riset tentang model ini bisa, ini dalam proses akan dimintakan copyright-nya ya untuk model ini, karena ini model-model terbaru dan sedikit dikembangkan dari ARCS motivational model. Saya kira itu. Jadi banyak sekali literasi-literasi yang dikembangkan melalui ARCS model ini. Tadi misalnya kalau kita bicara tentang moral, kita bicara tentang, jadi literasi tentang moral mereka akan meningkat. Tentang etik misalnya, tentang performan. Ya. Bagi mereka yang lulusan perguruan tinggi, kinerja itu atau performan itu is very very important. Very very important. Because sebab mereka itu akan bekerja di masyarakat gitu. Jadi ketika mereka kuliah dengan model desain yang saya kembangkan ini itu akan lebih berkembang ya. Moral berkembang, etik berkembang, kinerjanya juga berkembang. Saya kira itu jawabannya, mungkin bisa dicukupkan untuk itu saja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Darmansa. Jadi banyak sekali nilai yang bisa di cover oleh model archery ini. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I guess there are more questions from the participants, but because the limited time, we need to end this session. So I would like to thank the speakers for their awesome presentation and all active participants. Finally, please give applause to the speakers and all of you. I apologize for some mistakes and thank you and see you in the other occasion. For Mr. Muhammad, I return the screen to you. Thank you. Makasih.
Thank you, Dr. Siti. Mr. Darmansa. Thank you.
We would like to say thank you for Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Siti Hajar and Associate Professor Darmansa MPD for the insightful speech, and also for Mrs. Grahita And also for Mrs. Grahita Khusus Mastuti SPD for moderating the second session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the third session, we are going to have a speech from our honorable keynote speakers. So I'm glad to invite Mrs. Fitri Dwi Arini, MPD, to moderate this session. Mrs. Fitri Dwi Arini, MPD, time is yours.
Thank you very much, MC Muhammad Ardi Fajar. The honorable keynote speakers, distinguished guest, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to again welcome all participants to the third International Conference on Educational Technology hosted by the Department of Curriculum and Educational Technology, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. I would like to send my gratitude to previous keynote speakers, Mr. Cho, Dr. Siti, and also Dr. Darmansyah, and moderators for the insightful sessions. My name is Fitri Dwi Arini, and I will serve you as the moderator for the last keynote session with two of our valuable keynote speakers, Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan and Assistant Professor Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid, and who are already here with us today, this afternoon. And after both of the keynote speaker presentation, we will have the question and answer session. You can use the raise hand button during a later question and answer session. I will inform you the right time so that you can directly ask the keynote speaker, or you can also type the question in the chat box. Our keynote speakers here are ready to present their valuable ideas and experiences, and also discuss about how we should see the phenomenon of learning loss and how to recover stronger through digital technologies and educational perspective. Good afternoon, Assistant Professor Muhammad Kristiawan. It's good to see you in this Zoom platform. I guess my voice already sound clear there, Pak Chris.
Yes.
Okay.
Assign first, Mr. Obaid.
Oh, okay, right. Okay. So the first keynote presentation for the last plenary session will be feature talk. First with Assistant Professor Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid. I believe he's already here with us from University of Kuva. Good afternoon from Padang, Dr. Ahmed.
Good morning, Mom. Good morning.
Oh, it's all still morning in in Iraq.
It's morning in Iraq. It's 7 o'clock now. So good morning from Iraq. Good afternoon to Indonesia.
Yeah.
So I am ready if visit my session. So I will be ready to present myself.
Thank you. But before the presentation, I would like to first introduce you by reading your short biography, if I may. Yeah, so Dr.
Yes,
Ahmed.
please, yes.
Thank you. Assistant Professor Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid is he is currently an assistant professor at the Department of Computer Science, Faculty of Computer Science and Mathematics, University of Ukuva, Iraq. He holds a Bachelor in Computer Science from University of Anbar, Iraq, a Master's degree of Computer Science Engineering from School of Information Technology, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, India, and a PhD in web mining from College of Information Technology, University of Babylon, Iraq in 2017. Dr. Ahmed is a certified web mining consultant with over 15 years of experience. He also has participated as keynote speakers in more than 40 globally known conferences, 10 and more webinars, session chairs in India, Turkey, Nepal, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and other countries. Dr. Ahmed, this session will be conducted for 20 minutes for the presentation.
feel free to take your time within the full 20 minutes. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Assistant Professor Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid.
Thank you very much to you for this brief introduction. At the beginning, let me share my presentation with all of you. So please confirm me if it is visible to all of you.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of the Third International Conference on Education Technology and all my colleagues, all my friends. I will be happy to present this seminar and this conference, and all the best to all the committees and attendees and participants to this conference, and wishing to all of you the best of luck and much more successful conferences in the future. So my seminar today talking about deepfake techniques and challenges landscape view. I will highlight these topics because maybe we are facing that challenge in our life. Let me at the beginning to share one video, then we will talk about this video later, because I would like to show you something and got your feedback for 10 seconds about that video. So at the beginning, that's just let me to stop sharing this seminar and go to the video. Just 1 second.
We're entering an era
Okay,
in which our enemies
so
can make it look.
I will share it now, and hopefully we got your feedback. Now I think the video is visible to all of you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go on, Dr. Ahmed.
Okay.
Like anyone is saying anything
So-
at any point in time, even if they would never say those things. So, for instance, they could have me say things like,
So let us stop these things and share the presentation again. Now, I would like to ask all of you, who's the person who presented in the previous video? Can someone answer me?
Obama?
Yes, exactly. So let us go for deepfake techniques. I will highlight the topics now by presents some introduction about what is that techniques and related research and problem statements and project objectives. So with the explosive growth of the content, especially over the internet and especially over the social media, with very much sharing activities from all the committees, now keep the answer of Mrs. Miti, Fitri, in your mind, and she said that video related to Obama. So, with that exclusive growth of the media over the internet, with our photos, with our everythings, it will be a good materials to other kinds of peoples who called, or we call them the deepfaker, or maybe let us say the hackers in a smart way. Most of the critical contents over the internet, it was the images, because the video maybe it take some difficult or complex time at the current moments, maybe to process, or maybe to just manipulate some contents over the video. But let us call let us focus over the images. With these images, the deepfaker that are able to learn their algorithms to manipulate everything related to images. So how that happened? Actually, they collect all the photos that available over the internet, over the social media, over the repositories, and learn the algorithm to take a snaps for all the direction about that face. Then what they are doing 4 kinds of let us say fakes manipulations. The first one is the scientists means the expressions or means the features of our faces. It will be manipulated, and some other attributes, maybe eyes, some maybe they are putting hair or eyes glass or whatever the things, or maybe they are changing some faces to other bodies, or maybe they are control or on all expressions. How they are doing that things? Actually, to be able to do these things, and for example, generate new faces from the original one, I have to learn the algorithm. Now, if I think about the algorithm, how that algorithm can be learned and doing that things. So if I give her, sorry, if I could give the algorithm all the materials related to this certain faces, that algorithm will be able to generate new faces by depends on the feature of other faces. Suppose if the skin color or maybe the style of this face, I can generate new faces related to this face by learn the algorithm to that to generate this another face related to that face, maybe in other position and other, maybe that is image for one girl, I can change it the face to boys and vice versa. And other materials also, maybe I can do the swapping of expressions on everything. This science is called deepfake. Deepfake started, announced at 2017, and the first situation happened between the and the American competition when they are selecting their leaders. At that time, many videos produced over the internet related to their presidents. At that time, they are shocked how to recognize these videos, if it is real video or fake video. No one can detect that things. So let us go for another examples to be clear for you. Now just please look into this face and this face. Do you know who the first person on the right side? I think you are see him over the movies. He's a Tim Cruise. I'm right?
Yes.
On the left side, someone maybe we don't know him. So, Mrs. Fitri, if you please answer me, what do you think? Which one is fake and which one is original one? What do you think? Which one is fake one and which one is original one? This is the right side, okay, for Tom Cruise, and this is left side for someone else. So can you please give me your feedback? Which one is origin and which one is fake?
Yeah, I think from the picture, the left side is and someone else, and the right side is Tom Cruise, the original Tom Cruise, maybe.
Yeah, which one now we can maybe say it is fake one?
The fake one, I don't know.
Okay,
maybe it's the I see.
So now we can know that on the right side for the Tom Cruise, it's the deep fake one. It is not a Tom Cruise photo. So you just imagine if that photos is related to you. So now you said, oh, from where you got my photos? I can go to your photos easy. From where? From your social media, from your Facebook, from your the software that you are using in your mobile. I will talking about these things. Let us go for another examples. How I can control about your expressions. Now, by using this algorithm, and if I talking something, you will be I just need your photo, and whatever I talk, whatever I doing in my body, you will doing that things. Even you are not doing that things before, or maybe screen that things. I don't want anything other than your photo. Let us go back to the video. Now you just
Killmonger was right.
let us proceed fast.
This is a dangerous time.
This is the action of the algorithms.
Moving forward, we need
You
to
just
be more
imagine
vigilant
that.
with what we trust from the internet. That's time that we
So you just imagine that how that person is talking on the right side, the Obama is talking the same thing on the left side. Have you imagined that how that algorithm it will be dangerous to us? Let us finish that things and go back to. Now you just imagine that how that algorithm can doing everything to us. With the development of this science, it will be dangerous to everyone to believe every photos, every like now I give the examples. I think in your mind you can detect, okay, this the face of this mom, maybe it's not related to her body because you can recognize this. But can you please give me which one is fake in over these photos? Which one you think it is fake one? Can you please, Mrs. Fitri, you can give me your feedback?
I think the fake one is, I don't know, I'm just guessing the left side, maybe.
Maybe left side is fake one, huh?
Yeah.
And the right side is origin. And how about this thing, this those images?
The right one.
You right one, maybe you think it's fake one, and the left side, yeah. I just give an example of the fake and origin photos to just maybe got your attention to know which one is fake and which one is real one. So let us agree that about the previous one, the left is fake one, and this is origin one. And this slides, the left is origin one and the right is fake one. We are agree, Mrs. Fitri?
Yeah, okay. At this point.
Let us go for this one. Which one you think it's fake one and which one you think it's origin one?
Can I say both are original?
Both are origin because you just looking to them. There is no chance for manipulation or changing something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay. Let us go for the decisions to know if these all images are fake or true images or origin one, because now we are all confused to know, and we want to know which one is fake and which one is real one. Really, I am interested to know that, and I think all of the attendees would like to know which one is fake and which one is real. And unfortunately, all the photos you have seen in previous slides are fake one. So it was generated by using the algorithms. That algorithms able to generate new faces. You have never seen these faces before. So how that algorithms able to do that? Because it's learning from faces and maybe pick the eyes from certain face, pick the skins from another face, and generate new faces. I will show you how that algorithm will generate that things. Let us go for another things about deepfake. The social media news over or media news over the internet, over the digital contents. Also, the deepfake exists in that situation because we cannot know what is the news is real and what is the news is fake. Really, we cannot recognize that things. And we have watching so many news about COVID-19 and pandemic, and later we are discovered these news are fake news. So how about our life? How can we recognize if I see maybe my friends Mutamina, my best friends, I'm really thanks to that professor because he's Let us call her a spider woman, because every event she's managed that things successfully. My grace to her. So Professor Mutammina, if I see her photos, maybe I cannot believe if that person or that lady is a Mutammina or another person. Or if I watch Mrs. Fitri photos over the media, I cannot recognize if she's that her face, or if she's her seen there, or maybe some other scenes. So I cannot believe everything I watch over the media. So over also the social media like Twitter's, like Facebook, like Instagram, I cannot believe everything that I have seen there. Even you are watching a video, you have to think again about deepfake techniques, because most of the companies, organizations, and countries, governments on the development countries doing that things for fighting. Before the war, it was pumps and air and flights and everything. But now the wars is in different manners. Now the wars in biologists, now the wars in fake contents, now the wars in some other things. It's called maybe the Cold War. This science of wars to destroy any committee. I have just inject some videos, some fake contents to destroy those committees. So let us go for all these news are fake news. It was published in so many medias, and you have seen in very reputed channels, but later they are discovered that news it was a fake news. So let us go for how the algorithm learns. Actually, the algorithm learns by a number of learning. Suppose if you are learn your child to draw something or to write something, and at the first time he just draw something maybe very poor, and after you are doing again learning to that child, he will doing something good done previous one, and so on. By iterate the process for several times, the child will be able to draw or to write something in very efficient manner. The same thing for algorithm. We are doing that learning, and the first epoch you cannot recognize anything, but in the next epoch, the epoch is the cycle of learning. So you will find the algorithm starts learn how to generate new faces or new fake contents. So this is the life cycle of that algorithm to got a learn from us. Here I'm just after 10 epoch means 10 cycles of learning. You know the algorithm starts recognize the faces or generate new faces in good than previous cycles. So because of this topic is very dangerous to most of the committees. You cannot believe that Obama, he was talking about this. So the US government was shocked once they have seen that video, because their president's present in that video. Someone may be talking something, and someone maybe believe that Obama is talking that thing. So this topic got interest from the US government and other governments, especially on the DARPA, the highest organization on the USA, let us say the communication agency, to know. And here on this slide, I'm just talking about the learning algorithm, what kinds of algorithm do we that thing. So let us go for another things, how that this is about DARPA and how that project got very attention and very sensitive focus from them to control the contents over the media. Actually, there are many applications also over the internet. Just let us go for this one. Doing also the fake contents. I think you have installed some application on your smartphones, maybe face swap applications, maybe some other application. When you pick your like face, you can't put your face over some other actress, maybe that available on that application. I think maybe some of you, they are using this application, but unfortunately this application is learn much and much about yourself, and just they are merging your face with some other bodies that looking very same to you. I think some applications now, if you pick your photo, you can't put your face on Tom Cruise body if you are a man, or maybe Celine Dion or some other actress if you are woman. You will see maybe your face in another body, and that body is look like you. I am right? So these applications actually is learn from you and create a big database about yourself and other peoples from your committee or other committees. Like, for example, Chinese peoples, maybe their behavior is different from Indonesian peoples and different from Iraqi peoples. So how that algorithms learn about the behavior of each committee by using IP address, and they can recognize these faces. Now, if you are in Indonesia, I think all the peoples with you sharing a common behavior or common looking. In China, also, most of the people sharing the common features in that country. Means their eyes looking, their skins, their Indian peoples may be different from Iraqi peoples, may be different from other committees. So these algorithms learn from ourselves, do that situations and applications. Here I just show the accuracy of detection, and unfortunately most of the data sets that are available cannot detect it very well because of the challenge of deepfake. Here are some examples of deepfake data sets that generated by scientists to start learning about these fields and provide a data set for the research work. And if you are looking to these contents, you will be shocked how that deepfake can doing very much accuracy when manipulate some contents over these materials. Here is my research work I am doing with my postgraduate students, and we have selected certain data sets, and at that time we are doing our research work to detect if that photos for that data sets, we are just reaching to accuracy about 94% to detect the photos if it is fake or not by God learn from the available data sets about the actors of Hollywood, but we cannot recognize that things for other people's because we don't have their materials. So I think the world is going to establish a new court for digital or fake digital contents, because where now if I show you one video, for example, about yourself, for example, Mr. Muhammad RD Fajr or Mrs. Vitri, what you are doing, from where you are compliant about that video. If I am just push a video about yourself in the internet, over the internet, from where you are going, you cannot do anything. I'm right? You will be shocked. How about the politics? How about the presidents of other countries? What they are doing? This is very dangerous subject. So anyway, this is my new project, and I am started it in the April to editing a new book that discuss about these topics, and hopefully within the end of this year we are reaching to very good materials to be able to give some explanation how these techniques working over the video, image, text, and audio to just give feedback to our like readers or interested authors or peoples. Thank you very much for the listening. I am reaching to the end of my seminar, and I hope my time was the same the allocated things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. I believe there are already participants who would like to discuss more about the algorithm and how they confuse our even our mind to see how, oh, what is original, what is fake, and maybe the implementation on the educational perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first presentation of Dr. Ahmed. Now we proceed to the second keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Muhammad Kristiawan. Halo Pak Kristiawan.
Hello.
Sehat Pak?
Yes, I'm healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining our conference today. Before the presentation, I would like to introduce Bapak Kristiawan, even though I believe Bapak Kristiawan is already known by most of academia, especially in Universitas Negeri Padang, but I would like to still read a short biography of Bapak Muhammad Kristiawan. He accomplished his doctorate degree in Universitas Negeri Padang in 2014. He obtained his master's degree from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta and bachelor's degree from Stein Salatiga. He has worked in various universities and institutions as a lecturer since 2009 and has published his work in various reputable journals. At Bapak Kristiawan, we have 20 minutes for the presentation, and please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Kristiawan, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Fitri Dwi Arini. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Yes, it's already.
Yes.
Well, before I'm going to talk about my materials, I like to ask the audience, are you educator? Are you an educator here?
Yes, yes.
Raise your hand. Yes. How many educators here? Yeah, many, yeah? Okay, are you a student, e-learners? Are you e-learners? Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Miss Fitri, and also Miss Muhammad Ardi Fajar, Mutiara Amsal, and so on. Absolutely. Who is educator is absolutely e-learner. Okay, are you spirit? Okay, Miss Mutmaina, thank you. You are also e-learner. Okay, are you spirit to be a teacher? Yes. Well, if you are spirit, I ask you to open your camera. Okay. Okay, well, for everyone who likes learning, they will absolutely spirit to interact, to learn, and to hear, to listen everything about something's important knowledge. Well, I'd like to talk about instructional technology. Here, there are many of participants I have understood. Yes, such kind of Pak Zen, and also many, Bu Apna, and so on. Thank you for also for the keynote speaker, Theodore, and so on, and also Mr. Obey. Especially for my subtopic is about enhancing education. Well, I will have also many questions in my presentation. This is the evolution of education technology, because this seminar, this conference is educational technology. So I think that we have understood this is the evolution right now. We are here. Internet creates impact. Everything using internet. Everything. ID card, internet. Come to the such kind of hypermart, we use internet. We use such kind of e-toll, electronic, using electronic. This is our decade, or means our period for this latest era. Well, what is educational technology? Educational technology can be conceived as a science of techniques and methods by which educational goal could be realized. So actually that the educational technology is a means. such kind of tools to have educational goals realized, targeted. Educational technology is the study of ethical practice of facilitating learning and improving performance by creating, using, and managing appropriate technological process and resources. So everyone, even that they are not from educational technology department, they should use a technology to facilitate, to improve performance. So this is the point for us, that you must improve your lecturing, your teaching by using technology. Well, what is the obligation of teacher right now? Teacher's obligation, the first one I say here in the above one, yeah, here, use all available technology. So every technology, we could use the platform, many things. We can use Zoom, we can use Google Meet, we can use Google Drive, Google Classroom, Google, every Google. And then also we can also use such kind of the presentation using Prezi.com and so on and so on. And incorporate old and new. So you should also mix what we have in the past era, and we could also innovate to use the new one. And using technology, we could encourage collaborative learning. This is what we have now. Everyone here, we have a collaborative learning. We can together, study together, and then we can do together, collaborative in every country without space, yeah. And lay foundation for lifelong learning. This is such kind of the obligation of teacher nowadays. And how do we use technology to enhance teaching and learning? We have a duty to our students to use technology to enhance teaching and research. We have a duty to ensure that all of our students have an appropriate familiarity with the technology that is so rapidly remaking the world. And how do we use technology to enhance teaching and learning? By using technology to enhance teaching and learning, we improve our core function as a university and give our students the skills they need to function effectively in the world of work. Okay, there are characteristics of good teaching and also successful learning. Okay, I will ask you, my audience, are you well prepared as a teacher, as an instructor? Fitri, are you well prepared?
Some are, but I believe some are not.
Okay, thank you. Rinta, Adestia, Anisi, are you well prepared? Where is she? Okay, I think she is absent. Well, so for being good teaching, we should be well prepared. The second one, excite and motivate student. Okay, I will ask some of the audience here. Okay, Mr. Kiswanto, can you hear my voice, please? Okay. Oh, I think M. Adli, can you hear my voice? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Are you instructor? Are you a teacher? Hello? Can you hear my voice, please? Okay. Muhammad Ardi Fajar.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you a teacher?
No, I learner, student.
Student. Okay.
Yeah.
So means that after you graduate from, are you master graduate? Hello? Okay. So for the lecturers and also the teachers, and candidate of a teacher, we should excite and motivate our student. And then instructor also communicate effectively. All we are here as a lecturer or a teacher, we should have good communication. And then with our student especially. Okay, an instructor bring leads information to student. This is the point, 4 point, how to have good teaching. So this kind of good teaching is well done if we have good skills on technology. We can motivate students by using YouTube. Maybe your teaching methodology, you accomplish it by using your technology. And then the communicative also, we can communicate with our student everywhere, every time, in somewhere, everywhere, nothing space. And also let's information to students should be also give to our student. And how to have good successful learning. Okay, I see that some of student here. Reni Kurnia, are you student?
I'm a teacher, sir.
Okay, teacher. Well, but absolutely student. Okay. Well, so this is student gain and retain knowledge of the content of the course. Do you teach your student gain and retain knowledge of the content of the course, Ms. Reni Kurnia? How? Okay. Okay. Well, let me see Muhammad Fahru Rozi. Are you with me? No? Okay, Muhammad Ardi Fajar. Yeah, you are student.
Yeah.
Okay, state clearly and honestly. Do you gain and retain knowledge of the content of the course from your lecturers?
Maaf sebelumnya, Pak, karena saya kurang bisa berbahasa Inggris, boleh ditranslate ke Indonesia gitu.
Baik, apakah saudara memperoleh apa sih inti dari materi yang diajarkan oleh dosen setiap kali pertemuan?
Baik, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Sebagian dari proses pembelajaran bisa dapat saya pahami terhadap pembelajaran yang telah diberikan oleh guru tersebut. Namun sebagian lagi ada yang tidak saya pahami karena mungkin saya kurang fokus atau lain sebagainya gitu, Pak.
Jujur?
Iya.
Thank you. Well, good. The next one, student develop critical thinking skill. Every learning, the teacher should develop student critical thinking skill. Do you, Ms. Reni Kurnia? Do you develop your student critical thinking skill?
Sure.
Good.
Sure,
Okay, very good. Well, so let me ask again for the student, Mr. Ardi Fajar. Okay. Do you get critical thinking skill from your lecturers?
Through case study.
Ya.
Mohon maaf saya ya, Pak.
Ya.
Iya, kalau pengembangan tentang critical thinking mungkin masih tahap intermediate sih, Pak. Enggak terlalu gitu.
Tapi ada.
Iya.
Oke, jadi berpikir kritis harus terjadi ketika adik-adik belajar di perguruan tinggi atau di mana saja. Okay, and also student integrate knowledge within and across discipline. Nah, this is such kind of MBKM, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. We should understand also another knowledge related to cross of discipline. Yeah. Okay, and students develop the ability to work in team to solve a problem. So I think that all this one, yeah, there are four concepts to have successful learning. And also when I say again, there are also 4 characteristics good teaching. This is the important for teacher or lecturer and important also for the student. Every teaching and learning, we should gain both of them. Using technology to enhance education. Why we need technology? The use of modern instructional technologies enhance teaching and learning by promoting all of these characteristics. So the modern instructional technology will help to promote, to understand, to easier all characteristics both of teaching and also successful learning. Enhance how we teach, new instructional tools. So we should have new instructional tools, even in COVID era or pandemic or endemic or every era. Require that instructors are well organized and adaptable. So even we are more than 40, more than 50 years old, we should adaptable. No reason for us. Saya sudah tua, saya tidak bisa, saya tidak ngerti ini aplikasi apa karena usia saya sudah tua. It's nothing. So there is no reason for us to use technology. Okay, because new instructional tools needs. We are as a teacher or lecturer or also student, but this is a point for instructor, so organized and adaptable for the technology. And we bring text, sound, and image to enrich and enliven the classroom. And then improve communication between instructor and student. So we should also improve our communication between us as an instructor and also with student, both student with us as instructor. Many materials, many teaching and learning were failed because the communication were bad. Okay, and bring up-to-date content in the classroom or laboratory. Technology is as intellectual partner. Technology helping learners to articulate and represent what they know, reflecting on what they have learned and how they come to know it, supporting learners in our negotiation and meaning making, and construct personal representation of meaning for supporting mindful thinking. How to implement the proper implementation of technology in the classroom gives students more control of their own learning and tends to move classroom from teacher-dominated environment to ones that are more learner-centered. So it means that technology also help us to execute the facilitator and also to realize that we are now not the teacher center anymore, but we are student center. This is such kind of what we know. Yeah, internet has started reshaping education. Education will not be the same in the next decade, and there is no going back. The traditional classroom has to be transformed. Many universities, college may not survive by the end of the decade, and the future teachers will not carry book anymore, but computer. The teacher, the lecturers, they will bring computer everywhere, not book anymore. Okay. This is the traditional classroom and smart classroom. I recommend for all participants nowadays, we should have smart classroom right now. The traditional physical limited size and synchronous, but now smart classroom unlimited, anytime, anywhere. Communications will be done everywhere, every time, anytime, anywhere. The content, PowerPoint, transparency, etc., textbook, library, video collaboration in traditional, but right now, smart classroom, we should use multimedia, simulation, digital library, based on the demand of the student, synchronous and asynchronous communication, where the personalization, one learning path for the traditional, but for the smart classroom, learning path and pace determined by learner. Well, for enhancing education, it is incumbent upon the faculties of research universities to think carefully and systematically not only about how to make the most effective use of existing technology, but also how to create new one. If we have understood Zoom, if we have understood Google Meet, we should also think, do we have any ideas to make easier one, high quality one, more better than what we have now? And then this will enhance their own teaching and that of their colleagues. Such kind of Indonesia, we have Ruang Guru. Maybe we have other such kind of application more and more and more. Okay, yeah. Then the best teachers and researchers should be thinking about how to design course in which technology enrich teaching rather than substitute for it. Okay, that's all my presentation. I hope you understand what I say, and thank you. I will be back to give back to Miss Fitri.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan. It's right on time before the 20 minutes are ended. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are proceed to the question and answer session. We already have we also have Mr. Choi who are still in the Zoom. I'm sorry, Dr. Ahmed, are you still with us here? Right. Now, maybe the question from Agi Sigenta Putri Agus would like to respond it by Pak Chris first, maybe. Would you like to respond about the question in the chat box, Pak Chris? Okay, now I would like to read the question is about maybe the material is not related directly to your presentation, but maybe your opinion about the deepfake technology. It is not only used to create fake photos in nowadays and videos of celebrities and politicians, but this technology also has been used to scam businesses and steal money from citizens. Yeah, what do you think about this, Pak Chris?
Okay. Can you repeat?
Yeah, how do you respond about how deepfake technology impact our life, especially in a negative way, such as it's been used to scam businesses, stealing money from citizens? How do you think about it? Is it can be switched in a positive way, maybe in educational context, the use of deepfake technology?
Yeah, everything depends on ourselves actually. Okay, when we open our internet, such kind of open Facebook, we don't need such kind of porn or video hot, such kind of and what means that we do not need that one, but the photograph and such kind of video come absolutely by their self. So if we can control ourselves, we will ignore, we will not see. So this is the question is about the character building. So I think that technology and character also related, because actually we have six skill for Merdeka Belajar Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. computing, such kind of computing skills, technological skill, and also we have also collaborative, creative, critical. So every six C's is also character. The characters also, we should have the skills related to the technology. We could as what means this is important, this is not important. And how about the children? This is also the children, they don't know, they cannot differ such kind this is good or bad, right? But especially for the, we should collaborate with each of us, teachers and also society, environment, everyone. Such kind of this one. This is the case. Yeah, we have school. We have school. The school, the student go outside in the learning time. So the school, the teachers and principal do not know the student go out. So if the society or the environment do not say anything, do not give such kind of suggestion, so this will also be what means everything will not be function goodly. So we should have collaborative. So I think for being good citizen, such kind of Japan, yeah, we know Japan. There are the society, the what means the society in Japan. There are tolerance. Everyone who should be helped. This is character building. So I think we should be responsible for everyone, not only as a teacher, responsible only in school space, but the society out of the school also have a responsibility to prevent, to suggest the student to do good manner. So I think the character and the technology is very important for Indonesia right now to have good country. Yeah? We could see Japan. Japan is very good. When I see in FIFA 2018, yeah, the what means there are two of people from Japan take the rubbish. Yeah. So when the others of the what means the others doesn't care, do not care about this one, but Japan very good this one. So I think we need control for everyone, even that the children. So both of us, parents, and also society, we should collaborate each other to have good citizen like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kristiawan. I believe it's also relevant to your presentation on the importance of the successful learning, about how the educator make sure that the students also have critical thinking skills, especially in Indonesia. Now we are struggling with fake news, and yeah, maybe that deep fake technologies is already everywhere right now, and especially now our students are having their smartphones everywhere they go, and they can access anything from their yeah, their thumb only with that. Thank you very much for the response. Now we have last question from Deltria. I'm sorry, Dr. Kristiawan, would you like to respond this, or maybe we should save it for Dr. Ahmed?
Ahmed is here.
I'm afraid he's already is not joining. Maybe it's some connection issues.
Okay, yeah. Let me answer.
Thank you very much.
Hello, what is the question? Mute, unmute, please, miss.
Oh yeah, sorry. So, in your opinion, how to detect deepfakes for ordinary people who do not understand current technological development? Yeah, how we can detect deepfakes, Dr. Christian?
So, okay, our topic right now is recovering lost learning, right?
Yeah.
So, we will have lost learning if we do not have characteristic of teaching good, successful learning and also good teaching. And I think good teaching, the teacher should have also adaptable for every technological development. You may see we have electronic car like right now, so we should also use this one. And China now they develop how to have car flight. This is where and has been what means tried in Sweden or in I forgot. The car is flying. Oh, this is very what means this is good one, and I think this is such kind of the example that we should adaptable and understand the current technological development. If we don't have understanding or we do not want, if we don't want to know the current technological development, as I say that the teacher will be left behind, will be the student will not see anymore with the teacher, or the teaching learning will be bored, will be boring. We know that as I say that every such kind of this is the example one. You may know here you could see in such kind of in Gmail there are many of application right now, but some of you or maybe some of teacher do not want to benefit this one. This is in there are many of application from Google, right? Drive, Slides, Spreadsheet, Calendar, and Meet, current form. Okay, Google Ads. Do you see this one? And do you apply every application of Google? But I see that everyone just only open the Gmail, but they don't apply every application here. So I think we need to know, we need to observe, we need to apply every application, and then we could create one, the new one. This is better. Such kind Google have Google Classroom. So we have Ruang Guru, and also we have other application platform, Kuiper, and also platform by made by us, maybe by Bu Zuliarni. Bu Zuliarni made some of application related to, this is not Google Classroom, but Zuliarni Room. So I think we need to know, we need to have this one, such kind of any other current technology, develop and develop and develop. Okay, this is the example. So I think we should benefit, and also we could we should understand also the new one of the technology. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think it's already clear enough for the question answer from Ibu Deltria. Thank you very much, Dr. Kristiawan. Okay. And I seen that Dr. Ahmed, I think he is in some connection error, so I'm afraid we need to close the session, even though Dr. Ahmed is not here. Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, for the wonderful and insightful presentation and also discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of the last keynote session. Since we have a quite limited time, I am apologize if participants who have question in the chat box that we can accommodate all of your question. So I'm sorry for the inconvenience during this last keynote session. For the last of this keynote session, I would like to again thank you, Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, Dr. Ahmed.
Welcome.
We also have Mr. Choi here and Bu Dr. Siti. Thank you very much. I will give the screen to MC Muhammad Ardi, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chris.
Okay. Thank you for all. Thank you, Mr. Theodore Chow. Thank you, Pak Darmoke, brother. Okay, Bu Fetri, ini Pak Safril, and okay, Pak Darman Sah, Bu Apna, Pak Zel. Ya, sukses. Okay.
We would like to say thank you for Associate Professor Dr. Ahmed J. Obaid and Dr. Muhammad Kristiawan, MPD, for the insightful speech. And also for Mrs. Fitri Dwi Arini, MPD, for moderating the third session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close this conference, I would like to inform to our presenters that we are going to have parallel session at 1:30 p.m. So be ready to join the Zoom according to the previous information we have sent. Thank you. And for participants, the certificate will be available at www.webinar.unp.ac.id after you check the attendance list and the website. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been doing many meaningful activities today. Unfortunately, we have come to an end of the third International Conference of Educational Technology 2022. I would like thanks to keynote speaker, invited speaker, all audiences, and also the supporting members of the third International Conference of Educational Technology 2022 who have made this agenda possible. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, untuk Bapak Ibu sekalian, bahwa setelah sesi ini akan ada sesi paralel pada jam 1:30 nanti, dan linknya telah kami sediakan pada dokumen pendaftaran sebelumnya. Dan untuk seluruh peserta, untuk pengambilan sertifikat dapat diambil setelah kita mengisi absen di website yang telah saya sebutkan tadi, yaitu www.webinar.unp.ac.id. Baik, sekian, terima kasih.
Kami boleh leave?
Iya, Pak.
Okay, Mr. Theodore Chow, you may also leave, brother.
Terima
Pak.
Okay,
Thank you all.
Mr. Chow,
Thank you, Bu Apna.
Dr. Siti, thank you. To all participants, thank you for attending today.
Ya, Bu.